plane? Let's try with the first one. Did you see a woman here? Or the word hope? Both are correct, but it's cool how some people first see the woman and then the word, and for others, it's vice versa. One more cool thing about this illusion is that the letters hope are all perfectly aligned, but the background makes your brain think they are leaning. Looking at this one for too long can strain your eyes a bit, so let's move on to the second one. What color balls do you see here? I definitely see blue, red, and green ones. If you see the same colors, we're both wrong. In reality, all the balls here are of the exact same shade of brown. The lines in front and between them trick your brain into seeing more colors here. Alright, let's check out what's up here. Looks like an innocent gradient square at first, but I guess it can surprise us. Hey, is that square moving? It shouldn't be because the image is perfectly stable. It's like some 3D pattern magic. I mostly use ChatGPT when I run out of dinner ideas, but one Reddit user asked it to create a color humans have never seen before. I'm not sure if this can be called one color. I guess it's more of a conceptual vision of a color. People who also tried to see something here said strange things started happening. It must be sort of like a magic eye illusion that you have to stare through. Did you also read the word fame in this image after staring for a while? Or was it just me? Here's another ChatGPT creation for you. The combo of shapes here and light and dark spots sends your brain on an endless spiral journey. Some Redditors said they wouldn't mind living in this surreal village. I guess I'll join them. Let's try a more complex one, the coffer illusion. What do you see here? Let me guess. It's 20 squares. They're also known as coffers, those rectangular figures with sunken panels you can find on ceilings. This optical trap was discovered by a psychology professor who was doing his research for future experiments. Are you ready for the big reveal? There are 16 circles hiding between the squares. This illusion has become a real hit. You see squares first because your brain prefers to focus on corners and angles. It could be because sharp lines give it more critical information than straight curves. Plus, there are more rectangular shapes around us, like computer screens, signs, and buildings. The next illusion has sparked some serious debates online. I'd like to hear your opinion on it. What's hiding behind all the colors? Is it a baboon? Or maybe a lion? Someone clearly saw a bear, and one more option is a tarantula. I guess I stand with those who see a human silhouette here. But there's no right or wrong answer here. Get ready for another illusion that has divided the internet. Some people say they feel like they're wearing 3D glasses while staring at this one. It seems like the red circle is on top and the blue one is just the background for it. Other people don't see anything special about this image. If you see that 3D effect, it's because of a cool trick that happens with your eyes when you look at certain colors next to each other. It makes it hard for your eyes to focus on both colors at the same time. This happens because the colors have different wavelengths, which are like the sizes of the waves of light that each color makes. Your brain can't put them together nicely, and you start seeing things that aren't there. Now, meet the impossible triangle, also known as the Penrose triangle. Do you see what's wrong with it? A real triangle has 3 sides, and each side connects smoothly to the next one. The Penrose triangle looks like a normal one at first, but when you look closer, you see that one of its sides looks like it's both in front and behind the other side at the same time, which is not possible in real life. This is why it's called an impossible object. If you tried to build it with sticks or blocks, it wouldn't work because it breaks the rules of geometry. There are also other impossible shapes with 4 or more sides. Are you ready for the next illusion? The 2 red lines curved inwards, although they're perfectly straight in reality. This illusion is one of many tricks that make simple line drawings look strange or distorted. Scientists think it works like this because our brains try to make sense of the angles where the lines meet. When sharp angles are involved, our brains sometimes see them as bigger than they really are. In this illusion, blue lines cross the red lines, and this makes our brain see the red lines as bending inward. Alright, what do you see here? A bright white triangle on top of other figures? Congrats, you've just been tricked by the Kanika triangle. There are no real triangles in the picture. What you're seeing are three shapes that look like Pac-Man. Our eyes and brains are really good at filling in missing pieces and seeing whole shapes, even when they aren't really there. This is why we see a triangle that looks brighter and seems to be sitting on top of the Pac-Man shapes, even though it's just an illusion. There's another similar trick called the Kanika square. Here, your brain also sees a square that isn't really there. If you have a toy train track at home, you can see the next illusion in action. You'll need to take two segments of the same size and put them next to each other. One of them now looks way larger than the other one. But wait, you just saw with your own eyes the pieces are the same. It turns out that your brain compares the two sides of the pieces that are next to each other. It compares the right side of the track that's on the left to the left side of the track that's on the right. Let's move on before the train arrives. There are also 12 dots here, and all of them are the same color, lilac. Now, try to stare at the cross in the middle of the dot ring. As one lilac dot disappears for a moment, a green dot takes its place. Wow! It also gradually wipes away other lilac dots one by one as it moves around the circle. This is the after-image effect in action. The rods and cones adjust to the constant disappearance of lilac dots. They replace it with a color from the opposite end of the spectrum, so it looks green to you. How many colors do you see here? Did I hear someone say 3, or was it 17? There's no correct or wrong answer here. Austrian physicist Ernst Mach first noticed this paradox. You can easily distinguish between similar colors or slightly contrasting shades when they're close to each other, but the further away they get from each other, the smaller the difference. At some point, it gets barely noticeable. If you can't see the difference between contrasting colors here at all, it could be because your brain is built differently, or your contrast and brightness settings are a bit off. How many black dots can you see in this image? There are 12 of them, but most people can't see them all at once, although they are perfectly visible. Your peripheral vision isn't that perfect, so you can only see each of the dots when you look directly at it. So, your brain has to fill in the blanks. The white between gray lines makes it think the dots are lighter than they are. So, it decides to pretend there's just more gray and the dots aren't there. Here's something weird for you. Stare at this image for a few seconds. Really lock in on one spot in the middle. I know, the edges seem to fade, almost vanishing into thin air. And then, out of nowhere, those empty spaces take on a greenish tint. What's really going on here? Well, this little mind trick is called the Troxler fading illusion. When you focus too hard on one point, your brain decides the rest isn't worth paying attention to. It's like it's saying something new is happening, so it just filters it out. So while you think you're seeing everything, your brain is low-key erasing the background. Now check out this image. Which line do you think continues the black one? The red line or the blue line? Your brain is probably screaming blue, but it's actually the red one. This tricky visual is called the Poggendorff illusion. First described back in the 1960s. It messes with how we see geometric shapes and depth. Basically, our brains are wired to interpret 2D images as if they have 3D properties, and in the process, they warp the way we perceive alignment. I need you to stare at this image for a second. Does that dark hole in the center seem to grow? Like you're being pulled into a tunnel? This is called the expanding black hole illusion. Scientists found that when people look at it, their pupils dilate, just like they would if they were stepping into a real dark space. That's because your brain is wired to predict light changes, and when it thinks you're heading into a cave or tunnel, it adjusts your vision before you actually get there. FYI, the illusion isn't moving at all. Your brain just fills in the blanks. The next illusion will prove that your brain is photoshopping reality without your permission. Take a look. Can you spot the darkest one? Okay, good, but I have something to tell you. They're all the same color. This is the saturation illusion in action. Your brain doesn't just see colors, it interprets them. Stick the same gray on a dark background, and it magically looks lighter. Put it on a light one, suddenly it's darker. Just keep looking at the little white dot at the center of this image for a bit. Don't worry, I'll tell you when you can stop. We need your full attention for just a few seconds. When I say go, I'll need you to stare directly into a white wall or a blank piece of paper. 3, 2, go. Now, this is called the negative after-image illusion. First, you need to look at an image with inverted colors for a few seconds. Then, when you turn to look at a white page or wall, you'll get to see the original image. This is scientific. This trick happens because your eyes and brain are big fans of contrast. When they're hit with opposite colors, they try to balance things out by filling in the right colors. So even though the screen's blank, your mind plays color artist and paints the correct shades in your imagination. If you've never seen a picture literally undulating, then let me show you this. If you move the screen up and down, it will make it even more exciting. This is the Primrose's field illusion, and these squares seem to ripple like little waves on the ocean, even though nothing is actually moving. It's all thanks to tiny involuntary eye movements called fixation jitters. Your eyes are constantly shifting, even when you think they're steady. On top of that, your brain processes light and dark areas at different speeds, creating a delay that makes the pattern seem to sway. Basically, your brain is making up movements that aren't there. Help me out here for a second. Can you tell if the circle on the right is larger than the circle on the left? They're actually the same size. Yep, your brain just got bamboozled by the Ebbinghaus illusion, a sneaky trick discovered by a German physiologist over 100 years ago. The big circles on the right make the middle circle seem tiny, while the smaller circles on the left make their center buddy look huge. Don't these ones look like they're rotating? Now, blink a few times. It's insane how it seems to get faster, right? This is one of Japanese artist Kitaoka's optical illusions. These illusions are shapes with changing brightness and contrast to create the effect of rotating images. Let's see another example. Which direction are these snakes moving to you? This may shock you, but these guys are stationary. It's all about those repeating asymmetrical patterns and clever color combos. We've got lighter shades like yellow and white hanging out with darker blues and blacks. This funky mix tricks your retina into sending signals to your brain, making those circles look like they're spinning. All right, stare at the parrot's eye for 15 seconds. You can't blink, you can't look away. I'll let you know when it's time to close your eyes. 3, 2, 1. Now, close your eyes. Okay, can you see a red parrot in your mind? It might feel like a trick, but this is another cool example of the after-image effect. Here's what happened. Even though the parrot in the picture is black and white, your brain got a little confused after staring at that bright, high-contrast eye for so long. Is this red car really moving like crazy in the other direction? Let's see. Focus your sight on the moving vehicles. Now, fix your eyes on the red car. Is the picture starting to change? If you manage to focus your gaze on the red car, you'll start to see it slowly moving forward, and all the other cars are moving backwards. Take a look at this image. It looks like the square in the middle is breathing, right? Like it's growing in size and then shrinking. What if I told you that it's just rotating, but it's not changing size? Here's what's really happening. This illusion is called motion binding. It happens when our brain tries to predict the movement of one of the elements in the image. Here's one for you. These 4 bars seem to be moving in parallel with each other, right? Wrong. They're all part of the same moving square. Here's what's happening behind the scenes. Our brain just gets confused. Keep staring at this image of Harry Potter for a few seconds. Focus your eyes on this dot. You can blink, but keep staring at the dot. When I say so, I need you to close your eyes and blink with your eyes closed. You know, just keep squeezing your eyes while they're closed. Okay, you can close your eyes. Now blink. A portion of Harry Potter will slowly start to appear in your mind's eye. Can you see it? That's witchcraft right there. Alright, here's the final illusion. What do you see here? Is it black and white? Go ahead, take your time, think about it. But here's the thing. Your brain is probably already trying to trick you into thinking there are colors all over this photo. What you're actually looking at is a black and white image with a bright, colorful grid of green, red, orange, yellow, and blue lines placed over it. The grid's super vibrant colors plays tricks on your brain, making the grayscale photo appear all colorful and lively. The lines add a bit of saturation to the whole thing, causing you to see colors where there are none. It's like your brain is getting excited, thinking, "Whoa, this is way more colorful than I expected." If you really want to break the illusion, try zooming in on the image. When you do, you'll see that the photo isn't full of color at all. The colors you were seeing were just a little magic trick your brain pulled, trying to make sense of the colors it thought it was seeing.
Okay, these are not boring straight lines. Try shaking your head from side to side. Faster. Can you see it now? There's a hidden man behind those black bars. Or if you don't want a headache, just shake your phone or tablet. It works the same way. Stare at the red dot and don't blink. I hope you're not afraid of clowns, because I'm about to make a creepy one appear in your room in just a few moments. Keep looking. Just a little longer. And when I count to 3, you'll see this bizarre figure right next to you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now look at your wall. Ew, that gave me the creeps. These snakes look like they're moving, but there's no need to panic. Just focus on the center of the picture and they'll stop. This is actually a still image that just looks like it's moving. Just like this one. Yep, I swear it's not a GIF. The wavy movement is all in your head. To make the effect even stronger, you just have to close your eyes for a second, then open them again. Crazy, right? Think fast. What was the first thing you saw in this picture? If it was a tree, it probably means your biggest desire is growth, both in your career and personal life. If you noticed a group of birds first, you might be someone who loves taking risks. But if you saw a woman's face, chances are you're looking for someone special in your life. Try to find the curved line in this image. This optical illusion is both mind-blowing and frustrating because, with peripheral vision, the lines look curved or crooked. But if you focus on just one line, it magically straightens out. Take a look at these 2 upside-down pictures of the Mona Lisa. They both look okay, right? Now, flip them right side up. Now, one looks normal, but the other one looks completely grotesque. That's because, in the second image, her eyes and mouth were flipped upside down. You really don't notice it when the whole image is upside down, but once it's the right way up, the distortion becomes obvious. What a stunning painting of a canyon! Or is it? Look closely. There's something else hidden in this picture. I'll give you a moment to find it. Ready? Okay, time's up. Let's rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise. And there it is, a cat. More specifically, a Maine Coon. The more you stare at this hole, the bigger it seems to get. But here's the thing, it's not moving at all. This weird illusion of falling into a growing black hole actually has a scientific explanation. Your eyes have tiny contrast sensors that help you adjust to different lighting. But sometimes they get it wrong. When you look at this illusion, those sensors mistake the dark center for actual depth, making it feel like it's expanding. And if we switch to a magenta background, the effect gets even stronger. Here we have a bunch of star polygons, but if you look closely, you'll see bright, fleeting rays coming from the center. They seem to shimmer or flash, but they're not really there. Take a good look at this image. The petals start yellow at the center and fade to black at the edges. This gradient, combined with its shape, makes the white in the middle look brighter than it actually is. Now try moving your head back and forth. It's like a glowing light is coming straight from the center of the flower. I bet you think the top square is gray and the bottom one is white. But nope, they're actually the same color. Don't believe me? Pause the video, close one eye, and use your finger to cover the middle of the image. Yep, their tone is exactly the same. There's no red in this picture, but when we zoom in, you'll see that this picture is made of blue, black, and white tones. So, why does it look red? Because your brain fills it in. We're so used to seeing the Coca-Cola can in red that our mind tricks us. And the same thing happens with this photo. There's no orange at all, just blue and gray. Hey there, doggy. But wait, something's off about this picture. Can you tell me what it is? Let's zoom in. Now it's super obvious. This isn't a regular photo of a dog. It's actually made out of emojis. You can probably see just one man here. A lot of people do. But guess what? There are actually two men. Can you spot the second one? I'll give you a moment. Time's up, and there he is. Did you find him? Don't look away, and whatever you do, don't blink. Just keep your eyes on the center of this image. After the countdown, it'll feel like everything around you is stretching. If it works, you gotta promise to hit that subscribe button. Ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, bam. Now look away. Everything's moving, right? Do you see a bunch of tiny guys climbing stairs and jumping off? Me too. But here's the crazy part. None of them are actually moving. It just looks that way because the colors are changing so quickly. And the same thing happens here. These lines and circles aren't moving at all. It's just your brain playing tricks on you. Alright, 2 red lines. I think we can all agree they look straight, but watch what happens when we add this weird background. Now they look completely different, like they're curved. How is that even possible? Pay close attention to those gray and black squares, and tell me, where do the circles cross? And the answer is, they don't. These are actually 4 separate circles that never touch each other. It just looks like they do. Crazy, right? This image can reveal some interesting things about your personality. It features a few different elements: trees, roots, and lips. But what did you see first? If you spotted trees first, the test says you're probably extroverted and outgoing. If you notice the rooted plants, that might mean you're more introverted and reserved. And if the lips stood out to you right away, you likely go with the flow and prefer to stay out of drama. Sound accurate? Tell us in the comments. This optical illusion is so frustrating. The shape looks like it's clearly moving, but if you pause the video at any moment, it suddenly stops. Don't believe me? Alright, here's a single frame from the video. See? There's absolutely nothing there. Let's shake things up a bit by moving this picture up and down. Can you see how it looks like rays are glowing out of the center? Interesting, huh? But it gets even more fascinating. Right now, we can't see the woman's face clearly. But if we shrink it, all those circle lines disappear and her face becomes super defined. Hey, this one is absolutely wild. You're probably seeing lines moving vertically with red and green colors, right? But if you squint your eyes or look from a distance, the lines turn yellow and start moving horizontally instead. What? This isn't just a simple illustration of a man. Pay close attention because there's a word hidden here. Can you figure it out? Time's up. If you didn't spot it, try tilting your head to the left. And there it is. The hidden word is liar. To wrap up this video, we're going to test your sharp eyesight. This image challenges you to spot the hidden number 6 among a bunch of 9s. Can you find the odd number in just a few seconds? Are you ready? Start. Hey, nice job! There it is! Now share this video with your friends and see if they can pass our ultimate observation test too.
Well, who do you see here? If you guessed one of the world's most beloved redheads, Ed Sheeran, you got it right. But there's someone else hidden in this picture. If you can't see it, try squinting your eyes really hard. Or maybe take a few steps back from the screen. Yes, stand back. Just a bit more. There. Now, can you see how he suddenly turned into Lady Gaga? This illusion is known as a hybrid image, and it happens because we are blending the low spatial frequencies of one picture with the high spatial frequencies of another. So, depending on your viewpoint, you see two different images. Put simply, all the fine lines in this image are from Ed Sheeran. But when those thin contours disappear, we see the blurred big picture, which is Gaga. The same effect happens here. We all read the word Southwest very clearly, right? But watch what happens when we make this text really, really small. Now all we can see is the word Northeast appearing right in front of us. Enlarge it again and you'll see that Southwest was there all along. People often see hidden faces in everyday things, like this pepper that looks like the Grinch, or this root that looks like a little dancer. And this bicycle, oh my, it looks just like an extraterrestrial being playing a saxophone. This phenomenon of seeing faces in ordinary objects is so common that it even has a name, pareidolia. That's why we can look at a beautiful landscape like this and see a really familiar face in it. Can you tell who it is? Yes, amazing! It's the one and only Beyoncé. And how about now? Does this face look familiar to you? Pay close attention to this image and you will find the answer. So, tell me, did you spot Adele? Yep, here she is. Roar! Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but this dinosaur has something really strange going on. Answer in the comments. Do you see this black silhouette rotating to the left or to the right? Or maybe both? Yes, that's the correct answer. This dino is a type of ambiguous image, so it can appear to be rotating both ways. This effect becomes even clearer when we see the 3D version of the image. Can you see it now? The key here is that the static black version of the image is depth ambiguous. I mean, if we pause the image, the silhouette can either look like the dino's head is closest to us, or like it's further away, looking backwards. And that's why our brain can get so confused. Oh look, it's the lovebirds Zendaya and Tom Holland, but in a creepy form. It's clear that they're sharing the same body, but can you tell who's holding whose head? Is Zendaya trying to bring Tom Holland closer to her? Or is it the other way around? Well, both answers are correct, as this is another example of an ambiguous image. Keep looking at this image and get ready to have your brain twisted in the best way possible. With these green circles in place, you can't help but see a bunch of red spheres spinning around their own little center points, almost as if they're in pairs, right? But now, poof, the green circles are gone. Stare at the center of the image, and you'll see that even though each little sphere is moving exactly the same way, your whole perception changes. It looks like the pairs have suddenly formed a whole new pattern. Instead of orbiting pairs, it now seems like you're watching two big intersecting circles of spheres, pulsing and shifting around each other in a hypnotic dance. Here are 3 cars lined up in a row. Can you tell which one looks bigger? Car number 1, number 2, or number 3? Got your answer? If you picked number 3, you're not alone. It does look bigger than the others, but actually, that's not correct. The answer isn't number 2 or number 3 either, because all 3 cars are exactly the same size. How can that be? This is an illusion created by the angle of the image, which totally throws off our sense of perspective. When something is closer to us, it appears bigger. So when we see an image like this, our brains assume the cars farther back must be smaller. And if there's something in the photo that makes it look like things are getting farther away, like the road in this case, it adds to the effect, making our brains think, wait, if that car isn't shrinking, it must be huge. But no, it's just an optical illusion. Ever seen a cube that's just not quite right? Say hello to the impossible cube. At first glance, it looks like a regular 3D cube, but the more you stare, the more things don't add up. The corners and edges twist in ways that are totally illogical. Some lines seem to go in front, while others slip behind, creating a shape that could never actually exist in real life. The same thing happens in this image. On the left side, the two plates seem to align horizontally, but when you shift your gaze to the right, the plates suddenly look like they're aligned vertically, as if the pink one is higher than the blue one. It's all about tricking your brain into thinking it's looking at a solid, possible object, when in reality, these impossible images break all the rules of geometry. Emma Stone is just amazing, and her gaze is incredibly captivating. But we can make her stare even more hypnotizing. Want to see it? Wow! Doesn't it look like her eyes are jumping right at you? That's all because of the background image. The patterns and colors make it look like everything is moving, even though it's not. If you doubt it, just pause the video for a sec, and you will see that her eyes are still coming closer and closer to you. Speaking of eyeballs, how many different eye colors do you see here? I'll give you a little time to count them all, but I have to warn you, this is a tricky one, and there are probably fewer colors than you might think. Okay, time's up. What's your answer? If you guessed 20, that's because you counted each eye as a separate color. Or maybe you noticed that the red eye in the top right corner is pretty close to the red eye in the bottom right corner. So they could actually be the same color. Well, let me tell you that even if you manage to spot a pair or two of matching colors, your final answer is probably still way over the correct total. Ready for the correct answer? There are only 5 colors here, one for each column. What you are experiencing here is a version of the Munker white illusion. You probably think there are about 20 different colors in this image because overlaying black and white lines on a shape changes our perception of colors. Look at the center of this image. Perfect. Keep your eyes focused there and try not to blink. Let's make this interesting with a little bet, okay? If I can make your hand look like it's moving, I win and get to ask for a prize. If not, you win, but you really have to give it your best shot. Keep focusing on the center. Now I'm going to count to 3, and when I'm done, you will look at one of your hands, all right? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go on! Now, tell me, does your hand feel like it's moving in a weird way? Like little waves are flowing through it? Well, looks like I won the bet, and the prize I'm picking is for you to share this video with your friends so they can experience this wild illusion too. Deal?
Wow, something bizarre is about to go down. Focus on this cross right here. Ignore the wild celebrity roulette spinning around the edges, and whatever you do, don't blink. Just keep staring at the cross in the middle. Now tell me, do you notice how our favorite stunning celebrities are starting to look like something out of a monster movie? No special effects are happening here. Trust me, all of this is purely in your mind. So when you're presented with a series of eye-aligned photos, one after the other, your brain kind of glitches, mixing them up and making them look distorted. Before you know it, even the most flawless features of Hollywood's Barbie and Ken, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling, begin to look twisted, squashed, or stretched. Ooh, the chills. Here we have an animation of 4 faces flipping between Selena Gomez and Demi Lovato. But are you ready for a spin? These faces will keep switching back and forth between the two of them, but now they'll also be spinning in a circle. Fix your gaze on this cross and resist the urge to look away. If you stay focused right on the center, you'll find it almost impossible to spot them morphing between their faces. The transition seems delayed, like it's barely happening. But the moment we stop the spinning motion, bam! It's pretty clear that the morphing animation was happening the whole time at the same speed. Meet the rotating rays illusion. If you're seeing what I'm seeing, the outer ring looks like it's moving clockwise, while the inner ring seems to spin counterclockwise. But what's strange about it is that these circles aren't moving at all. Our eye movements play a huge role in creating this effect. When you keep shifting your gaze around the image, the illusion of motion continues. But can we make things more interesting by placing a picture of Kim Kardashian right in the center? Focus just on her face and try your best not to blink. Notice how the rings seem to slow down or even stop? Bizarre, huh? This illusion was created by a Japanese professor known for designing tons of mind-bending illusions. Like this one, where it looks like rollers with blue dots are turning towards each other. Or this one, where yellow rings seem to move up and down, almost as if they're getting closer together. But again, these aren't animations or GIFs. The motion is only happening in your mind. Ooh. The painting The Scream is scary on its own. But one optical illusion can make it even weirder, practically bringing it to life. If we throw in a little zooming in and out motion to Munch's iconic work, the haunting face seems to grow and shrink, almost as if it's jumping out at you. It makes the scream feel all too real, right? Now, of course, this After Effect illusion isn't just for paintings. We can do the same with a photo from Rihanna's concert. Fix your gaze on the middle of the image, and you'll start to see her move, almost like you're getting a front row seat to a live performance. Alright, maybe it's not quite as cool as seeing Rihanna actually perform, but it's still pretty awesome. Next, we have this pretty ordinary checkerboard image, but I'll ask you to pay special attention to the squares marked with the letters A and B. So, are they the same color or different? Most people confidently say that square A is darker and B is lighter. But what's bizarre about it is that they are actually the same exact shade of gray. Ooh, one of 50 shades of gray? Heh, sorry I couldn't help it. Anyway, how does this magic happen? Well, the square labeled B is sitting in the shadow of that cylinder. Your brain automatically thinks, hey, shadows make things darker. So it brightens square B to adjust for the shadow, while square A, which is outside of the shadow, is left as it is. Let's talk about the paperclip illusion. If you take a simple grid and add perfectly straight diagonal lines, something strange happens. They look bent or kinked. It's called the paperclip illusion because some people think that the lines resemble a row of paperclips. Can't see it? Well, there is a way to fix that. If you look at the image from the corner of your eye, the effect gets stronger. So let's put a photo of Timothée Chalamet in the corner. Fix your gaze on him, and in your peripheral vision, you'll notice those straight lines now seem bent like a bunch of paperclips floating around. Can you see it now? Another interesting thing is that the effect changes if you adjust the thickness of the lines. Make them thicker, and instead of paperclips, the illusion shifts to something that looks like chains. But if we do the opposite, making the lines thinner, they'll look more like wavy ribbons. Here we have photos of two pairs of Crocs. And we can all agree that this one is pink and this one is green, right? Awesome! But let's make it a bit harder with this new picture. So, what color are these Crocs? Take a good look and tell me. Which option do you think you just saw? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? Got your answer? If you guessed option 1, you are correct. These Crocs are actually pink, but they look gray because there's a green filter over the image. The lighting tricks our eyes into seeing colors differently. White things, like these socks, turn green, while pink things, like these Crocs, turn a kind of gray. This color constancy illusion proves just how much lighting can deceive our brains. There was one more pink illusion for you. This time, we have an image with a white circle in the middle. But now, let's add some motion to it. I know this animation is intense, but keep staring at the black X in the center. Suddenly, that white circle seems to take on a soft pink hue. It's almost as if the red and white pixels around it are blending together. A similar thing happens with this red and white checkerboard. Keep focusing on the black X again right in the center. And will you notice that when the checkerboard suddenly changes to all white, the red spaces still might look faintly pink? One explanation is that when you stare at the X, your eyes get used to seeing the red and white edges. This adaptation effect leaves an afterimage in your vision, and your brain holds onto the red so strongly that when it's removed, it fills in the white with a touch of pink. Now, for our final trick, we have an illusion called the Poggendorf triangles. What do you see when you look at this weird shape? So you might see it as two triangles put together, One here and the other one here, right? That makes sense. But that is not the correct answer. I mean, yeah, there are in fact two triangles in this image, but not in those positions. What's happening is that your brain probably thinks there's an imaginary diagonal line running through them, like those two edges are connected in part of a single line. But the truth is that those edges don't connect at all. See? They're actually two distinct lines that don't line up. Like I said earlier, there are indeed two triangles in this image, just not in the way we expect. Let's separate these shapes and, wow, there they are! This illusion works because when we see objects that are partly hidden, our brains sort of create imaginary outlines to make things seem more logical. But those outlines aren't actually there. The same happens here. Your brain thinks this image is just bizarre and then tries to figure it out by filling in the empty spaces in the middle. So you end up seeing the gray areas as part of a single translucent rectangle, which definitely doesn't exist. Crazy, huh?
Yep, this is technically Kim Kardashian's face. I know. How can someone so beautiful look so weird? I'll give you a second to figure out what's going on here. Let's see if your mind can figure out what your eyes can't really understand.
Oh.
Right, we should totally try it with other public figures, but let me explain the logic behind it first. You just witnessed the magic of the inverted face effect. This optical illusion was discovered 45 years ago, and it continues to wow people. Here's how it works. The picture is turned upside down, but key features of the person's face are kept the right way up. For the magic to happen, you can't change everything in the picture, just key features like the eyes and the mouth. The illusion revealed a glitch in how our brain processes faces. Apparently, we don't think about a face as a whole. We understand each of its components and then assemble it into a whole. Now let's take a look at Lady Gaga for a second. While you're staring, try to figure out what on earth is going on. I mean, it's just too funny. Hey, is this supposed to be Ariana Grande? I mean, I almost didn't recognize her there. This illusion should get its own Instagram filter, but hey, I'll finally tell you what it's all about. Okay, I've got something cool to show you. Keep your eyes glued to this image for a sec. Do you see what's happening to those edges? They're fading away, like they just disappeared into thin air, right? And then those empty spots suddenly turn greenish. This mind-boggling effect is known as the Troxler fading illusion. When you focus on one spot for too long, your brain decides to ignore the rest. It's like it's saying there's nothing new happening there, so it just tunes out for a second or two. So while you think you're soaking in the whole picture, your brain is quietly figuring out the boring bits. You've got to trust me on this one. If you keep looking long enough through these black and white dots, something, or better yet, someone, is going to appear. I'll give you a hint. This person sings and is young and beautiful. Did you get that reference? It's Lana Del Rey, ladies and gentlemen. You just need to readjust your eyes and look for the shape behind all that distraction. But there we go. Great work. Here's an unusual scene. Shakira and Miley Cyrus together in a room. But why does Shakira look like a giant and Miley look so small? In real life, Miley is taller than Shakira. Come on, I'll give you a few minutes to try to figure this one out. This is an old-school optical illusion. If you've been to a kids' museum, odds are one of the exhibits was the Ames room. The setup makes us completely distort the perception of the scene. Let's take a look behind the scenes. The Ames room is built with both the floor and ceiling at a certain angle, which turns the room into a trapezium. When you see it, your eyes are tricked into believing both sides of the room are the same. But no. It all comes down to how your eyes perceive depth. If someone walks to the left hand of the room, they're actually further away and the ceiling is higher. They appear as a smaller image before your eyes. And the opposite happens on the right-hand side of the room. Alright, check out this staircase. Looks pretty normal, I know. Now let's flip it upside down. It still looks like a staircase, but instead of moving from right to left, it seems to go from left to right. The secret is Youcannotblink. If you do, the illusion will vanish, and you'll be back to the original image. This little brain teaser is called the Schroeder staircase. It might seem simple, but it reveals some seriously important stuff about how our brains work. If you break down the staircase, you'll see it's actually flat. What your brain interprets as a 3D image is just a clever mix of shadows and light. Basically, that 3D effect is just another optical illusion. Our brains grab images and try to make sense of them based on what we already know. So when it spots a shadow in a 2D image, it fills in the gaps and sees depth where there isn't any. In this case, it tricks us into thinking we're looking at a 3-dimensional perspective. How wild is that? Wait, you don't need special goggles to understand what Adele's face is doing here. Just keep looking at the little white dot at the center of this image for a bit. Don't worry, I'll tell you when you can stop. Take your time and soak in her face. We need your full attention for just a few seconds. When I say go, I'll need you to stare directly into a white wall or a blank piece of paper. 3, 2, go, now! Pretty cool, huh? This is called the negative afterimage illusion. First, you need to look at an image with inverted colors for a few seconds. Then, when you turn to look at a white page or wall, you'll get to see the original image, aka Adele's beautiful face. It looks like magic, but let me explain why this is scientific. This trick happens because your eyes and brain are big fans of contrast. When they're hit with opposite colors, they try to balance things out by filling in the right colors. So even though the screen's blank, your mind plays color artist and paints the correct shades in your imagination. Oh, another one with a bunch of black and white bars. Who shall be hidden beneath it? Keep looking and you'll find it. Think of the word baby several times with some funky melody. Did you see it? I mean him. Yep, it's Ed Sheeran. Ready to get confused? Take a look at this trending optical illusion. Stare for a couple of seconds and don't move your eyes. Do you notice anything weird? So there's this grid with broken edges. If you keep looking at the center of the image for a few seconds, those broken edges magically start fixing themselves in your side vision. It's like your brain can't resist seeing patterns. This illusion was created by Ryota Kanai and was actually a finalist in the 2005 Best Illusion of the Year contest. Kanai himself explains that this illusion shows how our visual brain just loves regular patterns. Don't you just love snakes? These ones aren't scary at all. You can stare at them moving around all day long. Which direction are they moving to you? Are they moving at all? This may shock you, but these guys are stationary. It's all about those repeating asymmetrical patterns and clever color combos. We've got lighter shades like yellow and white hanging out with darker blues and blacks. This funky mix tricks your retina into sending signals to your brain, making those circles look like they're spinning. Want to call out this illusion for what it really is? Just fix your gaze on one part of the image. Keep staring, and you'll see those circles gradually slow down and come to a stop. Neat, right? Now, the last illusion, and if this one doesn't trick your brain, I give up. Look at this photo. It's black and white, isn't it? Take your time to answer. Right now, your brain is probably trying its best to make you see colors, but please, don't fall for that. You're looking at a black and white picture with green, red, orange, yellow, and blue grid lines over it. This highly saturated color grid overlaid on a grayscale picture makes the gray cells seem colorful. But if you want to break the spell, just zoom in. This way, you'll be able to see the true colors of the original photo.
Look who it is, the one and only Timothée Chalamet.
Ooh.
Two things we know about his looks. He has a gazillion lookalikes in New York City, and he possesses an androgynous beauty. You want to see some proof? Alright, let's zoom in on his face and focus on his eyes, nose, and mouth. Now, let's erase his stubble and double this picture. On the left side, we'll increase the contrast between his eyes and lips and the rest of his face. On the right side, we'll do the opposite by decreasing the contrast. Can you see any difference? Does Timothy look more feminine or more masculine in one of the photos? According to a researcher named Richard Russell, facial contrasts significantly contribute to how we perceive male and female faces. Female faces tend to be more attractive when their facial contrast is increased, while male faces are perceived as more attractive when their contrast is decreased. Now, what if I told you that Margot Robbie could be in the same room as you in just a few seconds? Trust me, all you have to do is focus on the red dot in the middle of this creepy image. In a moment, not just yet, I will ask you to look at your ceiling and blink super fast. Keep watching, and you will see Margot Robbie right above you. Wait just a little longer, and go. Look at your ceiling and start blinking. Do you see Margot? If you did, let us know in the comments below. Optical illusions are all around us, more than we realize. Think about those crazy viral 3D billboards that look like products, animals, and other things jumping right in front of our faces. What is really strange about them is that we see those images in 3 dimensions, but we don't need those funky 3D glasses with red and blue lenses. The secret behind this trick lies in a popular optical illusion called forced perspective. Yup, it's the same technique tourists use when they want to snap that classic photo that looks like they're holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Please don't. What happens is that our eyes, which are slightly separated, each see the world from a slightly different angle, which is known as binocular disparity. Our brains then combine those views to create depth in the images we see every day. So, 3D billboards are trying to copy that. That's why they always have curved displays with 2 faces. This way, animators can present similar images from 2 slightly different angles on each screen to create a 3D illusion. That's weird. Here we have half Anya Taylor-Joy and half Beyoncé. But hey, were their photos taken from the front or from the side? The correct answer is head-on, since they're both looking straight at the camera. But because the photos are cropped into side-profile silhouettes, it totally seems like they're facing sideways. Want to make things even weirder? Let's hide the photos and just leave 2 black silhouettes. Now what do you see? 2 people looking at each other, or a vase in the middle. This is a classic optical illusion called Rubens' vase. It was created around 1915 and is a famous example of an ambiguous image. It all depends on how our brains interpret the contours and the context of the image. If the context is the black color, you will see 2 people. If the context is yellow, you will see the vase. But there's no right or wrong here. Keep staring at the center cross. I know, the image is sickening, kind of literally. But you've come this far in the video, so don't quit now. Just keep focusing on the cross for a little longer. Now, on the count of 3, we will switch it to a photo of Shakira. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and wow! Okay, Shakira's hips don't lie, but they're totally moving. This motion doesn't make any sense since this is a static image. So, what's happening? This process is known as the waterfall illusion. It's basically a motion after effect that happens when you look at a stationary object after staring at something moving in one direction for a while. The name comes from the same experience you get after watching water in a waterfall move in one direction for a couple of seconds. When you stare at something moving in one direction, like the water in a waterfall, your brain's motion sensors focus on that downward motion. But after watching it for a while, those neurons get a bit tired of seeing the same downward movement and become less sensitive to it. So, when you finally look away, the neurons for the opposite motion, in this case upward, suddenly seem extra active by comparison. A similar thing happens here. Check out this dove. Even though the sky is red and looks kind of bizarre, the dove is pure white. But keep staring at it and something creepy will happen. In just a couple of seconds, we're going to change the sky to white and the dove will look strange. Are you ready? Here we go! Boom! If you are seeing what I'm seeing, the dove now appears to be red, more like a faint version of the red from the original background. This effect is called positive afterimage. And you want to see something even cooler? If we keep flipping back and forth between the 2 images really quickly, the effect gets even stronger. Can you see it? Now look over here at this dot. This illusion is known as the stepping feet, and you'll see why it has that name in just a couple of seconds. What you see here are 2 feet. one blue and the other yellow, moving smoothly and quickly in a horizontal line. Now, let's see what happens when we change this flat gray background by adding vertical stripes across the screen. Notice how it looks like the feet are taking little steps one at a time, right? So why does this happen? It's all about contrast. When the blue foot passes over the white stripes, the dark blue against the bright white stands out, making it look like it's moving faster. But when it crosses over the black stripes, the contrast drops, which makes it seem like it's slowing down. The yellow foot does the opposite. It looks faster on black and slower on white. Now, if we take away the stripes, there is no contrast shift to mess with our perception, and the illusion disappears. This optical illusion is the last one on our list, and there's a good reason for that. It can have effects that stick around for a long time, like hours, weeks. And some people have even reported effects lasting for almost 3 months. So, are you ready? Close your eyes for a second. Great. Now, open them. Look at this image and keep staring. At first glance, it looks like a bunch of stripes, both horizontal and vertical, in the background. But these aren't just any black lines. If you want to experience the lasting effects, you need to stare at it for at least 3 minutes. So, if you're feeling brave, go ahead and pause the video to set a timer. Next step. Look at this red picture. Focus on it. Again, to make the effect last longer, you should look at it for about 1.5 minutes. Feel free to pause the video so you can stare longer. Now, we have this green picture, which is very similar to the red one. Keep staring at it. If you want to test its maximum power, so to speak, pause the video and look for 1.5 minutes. Awesome! Now we come to the grand finale. We're back to square one with the black and white picture. If the effect worked for you, you might see red and green hues in this picture this time. But we promise you, we didn't make any color changes. It is all in your mind.
Isn't Harry Styles looking kind of strange to you? Yeah, he's upside down and all, but that's not what I'm talking about. There is something else bizarre happening here, and I'll give you 1 second to figure it out. Really pay attention to every tiny detail in this photo. So, did you catch it? Look at his mouth and his eyes. Even though everything else is flipped, his mouth and his eyes look normal. I mean, they're upright, but I bet you probably only noticed after I pointed it out, right? This phenomenon is known as the inverted face illusion. See, our brains are wired to recognize faces in their usual upright position, taking on the whole face at once and spotting details almost instantly. But when a face is flipped upside down, it's suddenly a lot harder to catch anything unusual. So at first glance, you might think the mouth and eyes are upside down too, just like everything else. Warning, this is not just a boring image of black and white stripes. I promise there is something, or better yet, someone, hidden behind those bars. To see it, all you have to do is shake your head quickly. If you're trying to avoid a headache or shaking your head in front of your coworkers seems, well, odd, there is another trick. If you're on a laptop, tilt the screen, step back, and look at the image from a side angle. Can you see Taylor Swift appearing on the screen? Yep, there she is. There is something about masks that just creeps me out. And things are about to get even creepier here. Right now, it's just a mask turning really slowly. Okay, keep going. Oh, wait, are we seeing the front of the mask again? Actually, no. The mask is still spinning. This is called the hollow face illusion, also known as the hollow mask illusion. What happens here is that our minds are tricked into seeing the back of the mask, the concave side, as the same as the front or convex side. In other words, instead of seeing the back of the mask as hollow, most of us see it as a regular face popping out toward us. This trick works because our brains rely more on what they expect to see, a 3D face sticking out, than what is really there. It's like our brain just says, nope, I'm sure this is a regular face. Here's another spinning illusion for you. Tell me in the comments, do you see a girl spinning to the right or to the left? This is called the spinning dancer or the silhouette illusion. And it's been puzzling minds all over the internet since 2003. The reason is that while some people see the dancer spinning clockwise, others swear she is moving counterclockwise. So, who's correct? Short answer, both. Long answer, it just has an optical illusion that messes with our depth perception. At certain points in her spin, you can't really tell if her arms, for instance, are moving in front or behind her body. So your brain just guesses, creating the illusion that she could be spinning either way. What makes it more interesting is that if we add a few lines, suddenly your brain isn't confused anymore. It can now totally tell which direction the girl is spinning, even if it works both ways. Can you spot something odd with these photos? For some strange reason, you might not have noticed that the top half of both photos is the exact same picture of Ryan Gosling. But why do we think they're two different photos? This effect is called the composite face illusion. Basically, when you line up the top half of one face with the bottom half of another, our brains interpret it as a completely new face. The bottom half messes with how we see the top half, and vice versa, making it all blend together. But this illusion only really works when the face is upright. Flip it upside down or misalign the halves, and suddenly our brains can separate them more easily, letting us spot the original faces faster. This way, it's much easier to see that the two top halves are exactly the same. Why is Adele's head just floating in the middle of nowhere? Let's throw in a background for some context. Whoa, okay, that wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but alright, let's go with it. Now, look around Adele. Do you think that the background is moving or not? Got your answer? Well, the background seems to be moving, but it's actually totally still and flat. If you don't believe me, just pause the video and you'll see that those purple and yellow waves keep moving like crazy. The reason is that this pattern was designed to trick your brain into seeing motion with contrasting colors, shapes, and positions. Our brain interprets change in light as movement, so the lines look like they're moving. But here's something even cooler. Focus your eyes only on Adele and try your best not to blink. Just keep staring at her. Now tell me, did you notice how the illusory motion seems to slow down? Wild, right? A lot of optical illusions we see online play with the contrast effect. This is all about how our brains perceive things based on what they're compared to. So our perceptions can be enhanced or diminished based on these comparisons. Want to see it? Let's take a photo of Dua Lipa, double it, and make it look grayish. See? They're exactly the same color and tone. But suddenly, your perception might change. One of them will get a light gray background and the other will get a black one. Now, the gray tones in Dua Lipa's photos look different from each other, right? If you can't see the effect with Dua Lipa's picture, don't worry. Here's an easier example. Trust me, the two inner gray rectangles are exactly the same color, but you're probably seeing the bottom one as darker. That's because this small rectangle is surrounded by a lighter shade compared to the top one. See? It's all about how our brains perceive things, taking the surroundings into account. Ready for a trip? Keep your eyes on this helm as we prepare to set sail. So, is this ship's wheel turning right or left? Well, it depends because you can actually control it. Tilt your head slowly to the left, and you will see the ship's wheel move in one direction. Now, tilt your head to the right. Slowly, don't rush. Can you see what's happening? It looks like our ship just changed direction. Something similar happens here. This time, the image of the circle is totally static, but you can make it look like it's moving. Just focus on the black dot in the center and move your head back and forth. Now, you're probably seeing the circle rotate. This illusion works because our brain processes motion direction by detecting the line ends and angles, which can create conflicting signals, tricking our brain into seeing rotation. I'm almost sure you think this image is tilted like those columns, especially the ones in the center, are somehow bending. But once again, your mind is playing tricks on you. Look, if we add white lines forming a rectangle, you will see that the vertical and horizontal lines are completely straight. Let's wrap up with some fun homework. Next time you pass an old-school barbershop, stop and take a good look at the classic spinning pole outside. Isn't it hypnotizing? The red and blue stripes seem to be endlessly going up or down. But here's the truth. The stripes aren't moving upward or downward at all. They're just rotating around the pole horizontally. What happens is that these stripes are diagonal. So when the pole spins, instead of the stripes looking like they're going in a circle, they seem to move straight up or down the pole.
Okay, look at the center of the cross. No, don't get distracted by the celebrity's glam. Just keep staring at the cross. Go on, just a little longer. And suddenly, something weird starts happening. Those faces go from red carpet gorgeous to downright bizarre, right? What kind of creepy spell is at work here? Well, we promise you, we didn't do any Photoshop magic. Look, if we stop this crazy roulette and you focus on the photos, you'll see that Miley Cyrus still looks great. This optical illusion is known as the flash face distortion effect. Basically, these photos are arranged in a way that totally messes with our heads, and our brains love to compare things. So when the images switch really fast, and you see someone with a tiny nose right after someone with a regular nose, your brain gets confused. Suddenly, a normal nose can look as huge as Pinocchio's. The same goes for lips, eyes, you name it. Since our brains are always comparing each face to the one before, they end up turning these beautiful celebrities into exaggerated, creepy cartoon versions of themselves. So, tell me, what do you see here? A horse or a seal? It partly depends on where your eyes land first. If you look at the bottom of the picture, your brain probably thinks it's a horse. But if your gaze goes to the upper right corner first, suddenly it looks like a seal's tail. But it's not just about where we look. And something even stranger is happening here. When our brains spot an ambiguous figure with unclear information, we basically see what we want to see. In one experiment, scientists showed this exact image to a group of people and told them that if they spotted a farm animal, they'd win a candy treat. Yum! But if they saw a sea creature, they'd get canned beans, which is kind of weird, right? The results showed that 80% of the people saw a horse. So they decided to switch it up. This time, whoever saw a sea animal would get a treat. When the motivation changed, can you guess what happened? More participants ended up seeing a seal in the second round. So yeah, it seems like psychology plays a huge role in how we interpret ambiguous images. We also have these undecipherable figures. I mean, no matter how hard you try, you just won't be able to fully understand the image. Take the impossible trident, for example. On one side, it looks like 3 cylindrical shapes, but on the other side, it seems like they merge into 2 rectangular parts. This happens because the vision center of our brains does a lot of its work subconsciously and automatically, interpreting the figure as a 3-dimensional object. But when we see that structure in 3D, it doesn't make any rational sense. It's similar to the Penrose triangle. This triangle is physically impossible to construct in the real world, so we just can't figure it out. The next optical illusion is the negative after-image effect. So look at the 3 dots on her nose. If you didn't guess it already, that's Jennifer Lopez, looking like an Avatar character. But don't worry, this eerie look is about to change right before your eyes. Keep your gaze fixed on those 3 dots right in the center of the picture. Don't look away and don't blink. Alright, on the count of 3, we'll switch to a blank white screen. But you have to keep your eyes wide open. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, bam! Can you see what I see? Yup, it's J-Lo looking fabulous in her red outfit. Crazy, right? But there's a solid reason behind this magic. Our eyes have millions of tiny light-sensitive cells called rods and cones. Rods help us see in low light and pick up things in our peripheral view, which can also be pronounced peripheral view, while cones are all about color, bright lights, and fine details. When light hits these cells, they get excited and send signals to our brains, where everything gets processed into what we actually see. But here's the catch. Cone cells can get tired. If they stare at the same color for too long, well, they need a break. That's when other cone cells step in to help out. Different cone cells are better at handling red, green, and blue colors. So when certain cone cells get fatigued, the theory of opponent processing kicks in, allowing other cones to take over. And that's how the color in J-Lo's photo magically appeared. Hey, look who it is, Einstein! Now, squint your eyes, or if you prefer, take a few steps back. Wait, is Einstein suddenly turning into Marilyn Monroe? This is a hybrid image, which is kind of like a mashup of two pictures. It combines the blurry parts of one image with the sharp details of another. In this case, Einstein's image is all about thin lines and sharp contours, like wrinkles or strands of hair, while Marilyn Monroe's is more about the big picture with those blurred shapes. When you step back or squint your eyes, those tiny details fade away and suddenly Monroe's face jumps out at you. The same thing happens here. At first, this woman looks kind of meh, not happy, not sad. But if you squint your eyes a little, suddenly she looks really mad. Uh-oh. Wow, what a twist! Here are Kim Kardashian and Timothy Chalamet's photos turned upside down. Did you notice anything strange about them? You probably didn't, but if you look closely, you'll see their eyes and mouths aren't flipped. This is called the inverted face illusion. It happens because our brains are wired to recognize faces right side up. We process them as a whole and pick up on details really quickly. But when a face is upside down, our brains struggle to catch those odd details, like the upside-down features. This trick is known as the cafe wall illusion, and what's crazy about that is these bricks aren't crooked at all. In fact, the horizontal lines are perfectly straight and parallel. This image tricks our brains because of how we process contrast. The sharp black and white tiles next to each other create a visual conflict, making our brains think those lines are bending. But if you switch the colors to something softer, like pink and blue, the illusion disappears. The softer contrast doesn't mess with our perception the same way, so we can see the straight lines clearly. And there's something else. Check out the layers of mortar between the bricks. Yep, those gray lines. The distortion only happens when the brightness of the mortar is somewhere between the dark and light tiles. So if the mortar is too dark or too light, the illusion fades away. Poof. Now, these strawberries are red, right? Well, wrong. In this case, the strawberries aren't red at all. They are gray. This magic happens because of something called color constancy, which is our ability to recognize the color of an object regardless of changes in lighting or surroundings. In this experiment, all the red pixels in this photo were swapped out for gray ones, and we can prove it by zooming in. It only looks like there's red in this picture because the background is blue. Our brains think that the light source has some blue in it, and then they figure out the color of things by discounting the color of the light source. When your brain takes those gray pixels and subtracts out that blue bias, you end up seeing red. Interesting, right? The same thing happens with the dress. If your brain sees the lighting as a bit yellowish, it tries to discount that golden glow, making you see the dress as blue and black. But if your mind thinks the background is darker, it discounts those bluish tones, and suddenly the dress looks white and gold. So, what's the real color of the dress? Well, in this case, it's actually black and blue. But let's wrap this up before we dive into that never-ending debate again.
Look at these lines very attentively. So what can you say about them? I bet these rows seem to tilt alternately. To tell you the truth, I felt a bit dizzy just looking at them. But in reality, the lines are actually parallel. The pattern of the rows creates this amazing optical illusion. And if you don't believe me, pause the video and check it for yourself. Now, how about these rings? They seem to be rotating, moving in different directions. But in reality, the rings never change their position. The image is still. The only thing that changes is the color of the petals. What you see now is some kind of color context illusion. The circle at the top seems to be darker than the one at the bottom, right? In reality, these circles are the same shade of red. This illusion proves the point that the color of the background can affect how our brain perceives the color of the object itself. Despite what it looks like, this spinning disk's optical illusion is not a GIF. It's a motionless image, even though the snakes appear to be turning right in front of your eyes. This optical illusion works because of how your eyes process an image. They scan it repeatedly, autofocusing and adjusting all the time. Now, I'll tell you about one trick to try out. Focus intensely on one single snake. Voila! All the motion has stopped. The next image for you to marvel at. Even though we already know how this principle works, our eyes keep deceiving us, claiming that the square on the left is much lighter than the one on the right. While in reality, their shades are exactly the same. You can check. Remember, it's all about the background. This is the so-called cafe wall illusion. The rows in this picture seem to be angled up or down, right? But the horizontal lines are actually all parallel. If you want some proof, pause the video and cover the top and bottom one row of squares with a piece of paper. You'll find no slants. Look at the moment of these short blue and yellow lines. They seem to be moving alternately, just like tiny feet going tip-tap, tip-tap. This effect becomes even more pronounced if you do not look at the feet directly, but stare at the space between them. Well, it's just another optical illusion. In reality, the movement of these short multicolored lines is always simultaneous. Look at this. Is it a short video? It sure looks like one, but once you concentrate, you realize that the snowboarder isn't really moving forward. This illusion involves 4 frames. The first 2 of them are consecutive frames from a video, and the next 2 repeat the first ones, but in the negative. The reason why this illusion works is the simultaneous inversion of contrast and motion direction, which makes us see the snowboarder as moving non-stop. This pattern is stationary, and yet it seems to expand with its central part growing bigger and bigger in front of your eyes. The effect is stronger if you don't look directly at the picture. The most confusing thing here is that not everybody can perceive this illusion, and no expert has understood why it's so yet. Here is a rotating array that consists of blue crosses and 3 yellow dots. Try to focus on the center, on that flashing red-green spot. It's magic. The yellow spots disappear every once in a while. They do it one by one, in pairs, or all 3 simultaneously, right? Well, not really. It's just an illusion. In reality, the 3 yellow spots are present all the time. Believe me. Look at this rotating thingy. It seems to be a 3D object like a spinning top, but in reality, it's just an optical illusion created by the rotation of certain figures. You might not get this 3D vibe from the very beginning. If so, try to imagine a rotating crater. It may help. In this image, we see railroad tracks and 2 yellow lines. The one at the top is definitely longer than the one at the bottom, but once you look more closely, you'll realize that both lines are the exact same length. This illusion is based on our perception. We tend to see this image with a linear perspective, and it makes the top yellow line look longer than the one at the bottom. When we look at this optical illusion, it seems like the background pattern is spinning around in a circle. In reality, both the background and the circle are staying completely still, but the effect is kinda hypnotizing. This next illusion is kinda cool, even though not all people can see it at first sight. Follow the red dot with your gaze. Keep in mind that rotating your head might help you here. You'll see that some of the squares in the background start shifting. Of course, in reality, they all remain still. The effect might be fleeting for you. Sometimes strong, sometimes missing. In any case, all the motion here, apart from the moving red dot, is absolutely illusory. Look at this image. Are you sure the circles aren't moving? Indeed, they seem to be rippling in a wave-like motion. It happens because of a lag in the way we process visual information. When your eyes move from one part of this image to another, it causes your brain to think there is movement. Uh-oh, it looks like our smarts are being tested. Honestly, this next optical illusion has left me dazed and slightly confused. Look at it. The colors seem to be swirling around, right? But it's a still image, and the effect is created by the combination of the patterns and colors. To read a secret message hidden in this image, try to lose your focus a bit. To do it, you might want to go a little cross-eyed or squint. Aha! The secret message is hide and seek. But if you take a closer look, the words will disappear from sight altogether. Look at this rotating image. The wheel defined by the dark bright sectors is rotating clockwise, and the spokes are rotating counterclockwise, right? Now concentrate on the image using your steadiest gaze. The spokes actually stay put. This image is pretty confusing too. Can you tell if the smallest point of this black and white illusion is sticking out or pointing in? Well, the contrasting lines don't let us figure it out, so it's anyone's guess. One more optical illusion to question your perception of space. Can you figure out which of these windows is larger? At first sight, it looks like the one on the right is way bigger than the other one. But they're actually not only the exact same size, but their tops and bottoms are also directly in line with each other. Amazing! As soon as you look at the next image, the 4 diamonds pop right out. Interestingly, there's not a single line creating those shapes. It's just the contrast between the black and white that makes your brain assume that the lines exist. Some of the trickiest optical illusions can surely make your head spin. For example, take this one. On the left, the red squares seem to be warped and crooked. But on the right, where all this bizarre arrangement of black and white lines has faded to almost nothing, we see that the red squares are as straight and, well, square as they can be. This one might be the coolest illusion of them all. Look at these towers. Is one of them leaning more than the other? I mean, of course, it's the one on the right. Duh! It certainly looks like it, but no. The two pictures are identical. It's the way they're positioned next to each other that makes the right one appear steeper. Now, look at this image. Can you believe that the lines that make up these squares are completely straight? Yep, exactly. All of them, even the ones in the middle. The placement of the miniature squares within the squares makes the lines look curved. Look at this image. There are actually 12 black dots here. Yes, they're all actually there, but your brain keeps deleting them from your peripheral vision when you're moving from dot to dot. This, combined with a blind spot relatively close to the middle of your field of view, slightly off to one side where the optic nerve enters your eye, makes you miss the dots. If you look at this illusion with just one eye, you might even see fewer dots at once. This black hole seems to be expanding toward you, doesn't it? But in reality, this image isn't moving at all. It's just your brain firing back what it thinks is happening in the picture and trying to predict what you'll see. Most people who look at this illusion see the shape growing in size. What about you? Comment below. The next optical illusion, a hypnotic circle, is more of a geometric trick. The white circles seem to be forming a circular shape rolling around the inside of the circumference of the larger red circle. But since it's an optical illusion, you've probably already figured out that it's not actually the case. The white circles are all moving in straight lines, but due to the timing, their movement creates the illusion that they're moving in a circle. We can probably say that this is a 2-in-1 optical illusion, with 2 mind-bogglers hidden in it. Depending on where you look, the dots can either seem to be changing color or vanish altogether. All you need to do is follow the light gray spot around or stare at the cross in the center for half a minute, and you'll experience the multiple illusions of this design. This number-themed optical illusion left the internet completely baffled by asking how many numbers users could see. Indeed, at first glance, there seems to be just 3 numbers. But the harder you stare and the closer you get to the screen, the more numbers start to appear. In total, there are 7 numbers in this image. Write in the comments what numbers those are. The rotating horse optical illusion makes everyone confused. The question is, which way is the horse turning? Even though lots of internet users have theorized about the correct answer, no one still has any idea which is the right one. Oh, this next one is the top-tier player in the world of optical illusions. You're probably familiar with Van Gogh's Starry Night, but with the help of a little trick, you can bring the painting to life. First, stare at this rotating image above for a while. Now move your eyes to the painting below. Voila! The famous picture comes to life in a flurry of swirls and movement. It's an awesome example of how our brains can twist an image based on how our eyes adjust to what they see. Look at this moving circle for a while. It seems to change its color while traveling from left to right against a gradient background. Well, in reality, it doesn't. The circle always has the same shade. All that changes is the color of the background you see the circle against. The illusion works because your brain perceives colors differently depending on what surrounds them. Wow! I do love an optical illusion with a scientific explanation. Here's another example of an optical illusion we can't get enough of. The one where objects seem to be moving when they're actually completely still, like this spinning vortex optical illusion. You can also call such illusions physiological optical illusions, since they're caused by the overstimulation of your brain's senses after your eyes see too much color, movement, light, or dimensions. All this overabundance of information prevents the brain from processing the image correctly. This picture with its purple and yellow vortex-like design is kinda hypnotic, but I promise it's not a GIF or a video. It's a totally still image. The combination of different patterns, levels, and colors trick your mind into believing the image is moving when your eyes are wandering over the design. If you concentrate on the very center of the image, you'll make all the movement stop. This next moving optical illusion has a similar effect. The design uses the anomalous motion phenomenon. That's when part of a figure appears to move in a direction different from the rest, to make it all look as if the image is moving, while in reality, it's a completely static picture. Your brain tricks your brain into thinking that the image is moving because of how the image hits your retinas at a particular location. How about playing some hide and seek? Look at this eye-crossing striped image. It springs to life when you shake your head vigorously from side to side. Ahem. Should I remind you to do it carefully? When you start doing it, an image will begin to appear amongst the lines. So what kind of furry creature have you spotted? Share in the comments. This spinning disk's optical illusion is not a GIF either. It's a still image, even though the wheels appear to be definitely turning in front of your eyes. This optical illusion works because of how your eyes process an image. They scan it repeatedly while autofocusing and adjusting. There's a way to make the movement stop though. Just try to focus on one single wheel. Look at this twisted cord illusion. Do you see a spiral or a series of rings? For the first time, this optical illusion was described in 1908. It's called a false spiral, since no matter what it looks like, in reality, it's a set of concentric striped rings. The next illusion has a fancy name. The Ebbinghaus illusion. Without giving yourself much time to think, answer which red dot is larger, left or right? I bet you think that the circle on the right is larger. All because this illusion is based on relative size perception. Your brain makes a comparison of relative size based on the dots surrounding the circles. But in fact, the red circles in the center are the same size. One of the names this illusion has sounds like the cafe wall illusion. What do you notice about those rows upon rows of dark and light squares? Most likely they seem to be sloping or even curved, but this is just a geometrical illusion. The lines dividing the rows are parallel and straight. What can you say about the relative lengths of these two red lines? For one thing, The arrowheads and arrow tails are likely to affect your perception of the line's lengths. But that's not all. In this image, the lines are extended to create a three-dimensional drawing of walls. In this structure, the red line in the far corner seems to be full wall height, and the closer red line seems to take up just part of the wall. But if you manage to see beyond these tricks, you'll realize that both red lines are actually the same length. Stare at the patterned circle in the center of this image and move your head a bit. You're likely to experience a weird feeling that the central circle moves separately from the rest of the picture. Because of the monocolored ring around the circle, your brain can't help but fall for an illusion of motion. These two eagles seem to be of different colors, right? Not really. What you observe is the bezel effect. A color may appear different depending on its relation to adjacent colors. In other words, these bird silhouettes are the same shade of red, but after they get intersected with either yellow or blue bars, your eyes perceive their colors in a different way. What you see now is the color context illusion. So tell me, what color are the bobcat's eyes? The left is light teal and the right seems to be gray, right? It proves the point that the color surrounding an object can affect how our brain perceives the color of the object. In reality, both cats' eyes are exactly the same color of gray, but the red color around the left eye makes us perceive the eye as teal. Can you read between the lines or see something hidden in the images that look plain? Let's try with the first one. Did you see a woman here? Or the word hope? Both are correct, but it's cool how some people first see the woman and then the word, and for others, it's vice versa. One more cool thing about this illusion is that the letters hope are all perfectly aligned, but the background makes your brain think they are leaning. Looking at this one for too long can strain your eyes a bit, so let's move on to the second one. What color balls do you see here? I definitely see blue, red, and green ones. If you see the same colors, we're both wrong. In reality, all the balls here are of the exact same shade of brown. The lines in front and between them trick your brain into seeing more colors here. Alright, let's check out what's up here. Looks like an innocent gradient square at first, but I guess it can surprise us. Hey, is that square moving? It shouldn't be because the image is perfectly stable. It's like some 3D pattern magic. I mostly use ChatGPT when I run out of dinner ideas, but one Reddit user asked it to create a color humans have never seen before. I'm not sure if this can be called one color. I guess it's more of a conceptual vision of a color. People who also tried to see something here said strange things started happening. It must be sort of like a magic eye illusion that you have to stare through. Did you also read the word fame in this image after staring for a while? Or was it just me? Here's another ChatGPT creation for you. The combo of shapes here and light and dark spots sends your brain on an endless spiral journey. Some Redditors said they wouldn't mind living in this surreal village. I guess I'll join them. Let's try a more complex one, the coffer illusion. What do you see here? Let me guess. It's 20 squares. They're also known as coffers, those rectangular figures with sunken panels you can find on ceilings. This optical trap was discovered by a psychology professor who was doing his research for future experiments. Are you ready for the big reveal? There are 16 circles hiding between the squares. This illusion has become a real hit. You see squares first because your brain prefers to focus on corners and angles. It could be because sharp lines give it more critical information than straight curves. Plus, there are more rectangular shapes around us, like computer screens, signs, and buildings. The next illusion has sparked some serious debates online. I'd like to hear your opinion on it. What's hiding behind all the colors? Is it a baboon? Or maybe a lion? Someone clearly saw a bear, and one more option is a tarantula. I guess I stand with those who see a human silhouette here. But there's no right or wrong answer here. Get ready for another illusion that has divided the internet. Some people say they feel like they're wearing 3D glasses while staring at this one. It seems like the red circle is on top and the blue one is just the background for it. Other people don't see anything special about this image. If you see that 3D effect, it's because of a cool trick that happens with your eyes when you look at certain colors next to each other. It makes it hard for your eyes to focus on both colors at the same time. This happens because the colors have different wavelengths, which are like the sizes of the waves of light that each color makes. Your brain can't put them together nicely and you start seeing things that aren't there. Now, meet the impossible triangle, also known as the Penrose triangle. Do you see what's wrong with it? A real triangle has 3 sides, and each side connects smoothly to the next one. The Penrose triangle looks like a normal one at first, but when you look closer, you see that one of its sides looks like it's both in front and behind the other side at the same time, which is not possible in real life. This is why it's called an impossible object. If you tried to build it with sticks or blocks, it wouldn't work because it breaks the rules of geometry. There are also other impossible shapes with 4 or more sides. Are you ready for the next illusion? The 2 red lines curved inwards, although they're perfectly straight in reality. This illusion is one of many tricks that make simple line drawings look strange or distorted. Scientists think it works like this because our brains try to make sense of the angles where the lines meet. When sharp angles are involved, our brains sometimes see them as bigger than they really are. In this illusion, blue lines cross the red lines, and this makes our brains see the red lines as bending inward. Alright, what do you see here? A bright white triangle on top of other figures? Congrats, you've just been tricked by the Kanika triangle. There are no real triangles in the picture. What you're seeing are 3 shapes that look like Pac-Man. Our eyes and brains are really good at filling in missing pieces and seeing whole shapes, even when they aren't really there. This is why we see a triangle that looks brighter and seems to be sitting on top of the Pac-Man shapes, even though it's just an illusion. There's another similar trick called the Kanika square. Here, your brain also sees a square that isn't really there. If you have a toy train track at home, you can see the next illusion in action. You'll need to take 2 segments of the same size and put them next to each other. One of them now looks way larger than the other one. But wait, you just saw with your own eyes the pieces are the same. It turns out that your brain compares the 2 sides of the pieces that are next to each other. It compares the right side of the track that's on the left to the left side of the track that's on the right. Let's move on before the train arrives. There are also 12 dots here, and all of them are the same color, lilac. Now, try to stare at the cross in the middle of the dot ring. As one lilac dot disappears for a moment, a green dot takes its place. Wow! It also gradually wipes away other lilac dots one by one as it moves around the circle. This is the after-image effect in action. The rods and cones adjust to the constant disappearance of lilac dots. They replace it with a color from the opposite end of the spectrum, so it looks green to you. How many colors do you see here? Did I hear someone say 3, or was it 17? There's no correct or wrong answer here. Austrian physicist Ernst Mach first noticed this paradox. You can easily distinguish between similar colors or slightly contrasting shades when they're close to each other, but the further away they get from each other, the smaller the difference. At some point, it gets barely noticeable. If you can't see the difference between contrasting colors here at all, it could be because your brain is built differently, or your contrast and brightness settings are a bit off. How many black dots can you see in this image? There are 12 of them, but most people can't see them all at once, although they are perfectly visible. Your peripheral vision isn't that perfect, so you can only see each of the dots when you look directly at it. So, your brain has to fill in the blanks. The white between gray lines makes it think the dots are lighter than they are. So, it decides to pretend there's just more gray and the dots aren't there.
Now, have you ever looked at something and thought, what am I even seeing? Well, you're not alone. Optical illusions are those sneaky little tricks that mess with our brains and make us see things that aren't really there. Today, we're diving into some of those. So here's the deal. All of these plates are turned upside down. Or are they? Find the one that's turned the right way. Aha! Let me guess. Once you found it, all the other plates turned the right way up, didn't they? Nope, this isn't magic. Just your eyes fooling you. Moving on. Take your attention and place it on this thing right here. Is your mind already confused? So, what exactly is the illusion that's happening here? This is called the aperture problem. Your eyes might have thought that the lines are moving horizontally and vertically near the squares, almost like they're blinking. But if you keep your focus on the gray squares, you'll notice that the background is uniformly sliding down the scene. Chess. Is your team black, team white, or team these pieces are the same color? I know this will sound confusing, but all the pieces are the exact same color. Don't believe me? Let's take off the background. Better now? The pieces on the top row are the same as the bottom row. Your mind is one beautiful piece of machinery, but such a noob when it comes to expectations. Now, believe it or not, this optical illusion can tell you if it's safe for you to drive in the rain. Check out this image and see if you can spot the hidden sequence of numbers. Ready? Go. Did you come up with 3452839? If you did, your contrast sensitivity is top-notch. Contrast sensitivity is what allows you to see the outlines of small objects clearly. If this ability isn't well tuned in your system, it's best to avoid driving in the rain or fog. This illusion is making people go crazy. Take a look at the image. Do you see squares? Keep staring, and we'll come back in a jiffy. If you saw something other than squares, congrats! You're part of the lucky few. This illusion is breaking the internet because some people can spot 16 hidden circles instead of those sunken squares, also known as coffers. Meet the coffer illusion, a finalist in the 2006 Best Illusion of the Year contest. It's a classic example of ambiguous stimuli, giving our brains visual info that can be interpreted in multiple ways. The coffer illusion makes us pick between competing interpretations, and it's totally mind-bending. There's an extra catch. The way your brain will interpret the stimulus depends on your personal past experiences. At first, we'll see rectangles because it's part of our daily life. But depending on your point of view, you'll quickly switch to seeing circles. Now look at this image for a moment and tell us how many bars you can count. This illusion has left the internet scratching their heads. Some people have counted up to 11 bars, but most land on 8 or 7. The creator of this tricky image says there are actually only 6 complete bars. Try counting from the top down, and you'll see the upper bars are legit. But when you hit the 6th bar, things start getting fuzzy. That's because the last 2 bars are incomplete. When you try to count them, they seem to multiply, leaving you totally confused. If you trace your pointer down to the 7th and 8th bars, you'll see they're incomplete. They were just put there to mess with you. For this next experiment, you have to stare at this red dot for about 10 seconds. I'll tell you when it's over, don't worry. At first, your eyes will see a gray graphic city around the dot. Wow, what just happened? Even after the picture turns black and white, our brain is still able to perceive the original colors. This is an example of what's called an after image. After we fed our brain with a fixed image of something, when we turn it black and white, our brain is still trying to guess the colors of it. Now, how many different scenes can you spot in this image? 3? 4? Take your best guess. I trust you. Well, it's only 2. You should be able to see the chalice in the first scene. And then, when you change your focus, you should be able to spot the profile of 2 faces with a white background. Moving on to the next one, I'm going to ask you to stare at this parrot's eye for 15 seconds. Just keep staring at it, like we did with the last image. You're about to witness another great example of an after image. 3, 2, 1. And close your eyes. Can you still see a red parrot? Isn't it amazing that even though this parrot is black and white, you have the illusion of seeing the color red? Again, this is just your brain trying to guess the color of something. Let's try another one. Stare at the cross in the middle of this image for 10 seconds, starting now. Did all of the colors from the image fade away and all you could see was a white page? Bizarrely, our brain just erases all the nuanced colors and leaves you with a white screen. This next one is pretty bizarre. Keep staring at this bunch of tiny dudes trying to escape some imaginary threat. Can you see what's the illusion here? Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out too. The illusion is that it looks like these little dudes are moving forward. It looks like they're leaving the scene one by one. But in reality, they are stationary. This illusion is created by the shifting colors on the foreground. Our brains are so easily tricked. My. Now, ready for another one that will ruin your brain for good? Take a look at this baby right here.
Oh my god!
It looks like a Mobius strip, some kind of eternal loop, right? But if you stare at it long enough, you'll see that it's a wholesome image. The three-dimensional view makes it look like the infinity symbol looping around. I swear, my brain will need to take some time alone after this video. Okay, have a look at both images. Can you tell if the circle on the right is larger than the circle on the left? Believe it or not, these two circles are the exact same size. This illusion is known as the Ebbinghaus illusion, and it was discovered by a German physiologist in the early 1900s. We can assume that his name was Ebbinghaus. One of the possible explanations for why our brain glitches when looking at this image is due to the size of the external circles. Since the circles on the right are much bigger, they make the one on the right look smaller than the one on the left. Let's move on to the next illusion. Take a look at this image carefully. Don't worry if little black dots start appearing out of nowhere. That's part of the game. And are they disappearing too? Yep, that's totally normal. This illusion is part of something called the scintillating grid illusion, or the Hermann grid illusion. There are several examples of this one on the internet. This illusion shows us one of the most important principles of human perception. You don't always see things for what they really are. The retinal cells in our eyes act as light receptors. When only one receptor gets illuminated, it perceives more light than when its colleagues are also illuminated. This prevents the firing of nearby receptors. With the Hermann grid illusion, the white lines are arranged in such a way that there's more light around the intersections than along the lines themselves. Okay, let's wrap this up with one final illusion. We have what looks like a gray bar moving up and down on an orange background. But if you stare at this little black dot, you may see the gray bar turn into a different color. What color do you see? Did you say blue? Yep, that was it. Good for you.
Believe it or not, this optical illusion will let you know if you should drive in the rain or not. Take a look at this image. Try to find the sequence of numbers hidden inside it. Okay, go! Did you say 3,452,839? If you did, then your contrast sensitivity is on point. The so-called contrast sensitivity helps you to clearly see the outline of small objects. If this feature is not well developed in your system, then you shouldn't really drive in the rain or even when it's foggy out. Take a look at this image. What animal is not depicted here? A rabbit, a duck, or a snail? The picture definitely doesn't depict a snail. Way to go if you got that right. How many different scenes can you spot in this image? 3? 4? Take a guess. It's only 2. You should be able to see the chalice in the first scene. And then, when you change your focus, you should be able to spot the profile of 2 faces with a white background. Okay, take a look at both images. Can you tell if the circle on the right is larger than the circle on the left? Believe it or not, these 2 circles are actually the exact same size. This illusion is known as the Ebbinghaus illusion, and it was discovered by a German physiologist in the early 1900s. One of the possible explanations for why our brain glitches when looking at this image is due to the size of the external circles. Since the circles on the right are much bigger, they make the one from the right look smaller than the one on the left. Can you stare at this parrot's eye for 15 seconds? Just keep staring at it. I'll tell you when you can close your eyes. You're about to witness a great example of an after image. 3, 2, 1, and close your eyes. Can you see a red parrot? Isn't it amazing that even though this parrot is black and white, you have the illusion of seeing the color red? Again, this is just your brain trying to guess the color of something. Behind all of these little black dots, there's an image. Are you part of the 1% of people that can see it? It's a minion. Congrats if you spotted that. Here's another one in this style. Can you see what's hidden here? It's a ninja turtle. Honestly, did you need to be a bit of a ninja to see that one? And what about this one? My, it's Homer Simpson. So now there's something hidden behind black stripes. How's your X-ray vision working? You got it if you said it's one of the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon. That's cute. Can you tell which circle in this image is the darkest one? Uh-oh, that was totally a trick question. All the circles are exactly the same color. This is a classic example of the saturation optical illusion. It shows how our brain perceives color in a very subjective way. The lighting and background of an object influence how we see it. So when the gray circle is put against a darker background, we tend to believe it's brighter than its true color, and vice versa. This illusion is called the impossible triangle. But wait, what makes it so impossible? You only have a few seconds to figure that out. The so-called Penrose triangle is also known as the impossible triangle because it could never exist in reality. This magical triangle defies the laws of Euclidean geometry. If you follow the ball sliding on the surface of the triangle from the top point, you'll notice something strange. It looks like the left side of the triangle is extending away from the viewer, while the right side is closer to you. The Penrose triangle is the type of geometrical figure that can only exist as an optical illusion, because this is what it looks like if we dismember it. Not a triangle at all, huh? Take a look at this image. Which line do you think continues the black one? the red line, or the blue line? As much as it looks like it's the blue line, it's actually the red line. This illusion was first talked about in the 1960s, and it's called the Poggendorff illusion. This is a classic example of how our brain perceives geometric shapes and depth. According to scientists, our brain tries to perceive two-dimensional pictures with three-dimensional properties. This is why it distorts the depth between lines in this image. Pretty intense, huh? Take a look at this staircase. Now let's flip the image upside down. It still looks like a staircase, but instead of going from right to left, it looks like it's going from left to right. Don't blink though. If you blink, the illusion will disappear and you will be left with the original image. This illusion is known as Schroeder's staircase, and it was invented by a German scientist, Heinrich Schroeder, back in 1858. It's really simple, but it talks about the same principle we saw in the previous illusion. If we dismember the staircase, you'll notice that the image is actually flat. What our brain perceives as a three-dimensional image is just a combination of shadow and light. This means that the 3D itself is already an optical illusion. This happens because our brain captures images and tries to fit them into what it already knows. It sees a shadow in a 2D image and it understands it as depth. Basically, it creates an unreal perspective of the object in front of our eyes. In this case, we call it a three-dimensional perspective. These circles seem to be moving pretty much everywhere they're told. Do you believe they are really moving? Or could we say that they're stationary? I know it's hard to believe, but they're not moving an inch. This illusion has baffled the internet, but this is what's going on behind the scenes. There's a very, very thin inner and outer edge to these circles, and these edges are a different color than the bulk of the circle. To create the illusion, animators make these outer edges move, but since there's a variation in color, our brain interprets it as the entire circle moving. That's why even if we block the arrows, we still have the impression that the circles are moving. Take a look at this image. It looks like the square in the middle is breathing, right? Like it's growing in size and then shrinking. What if I told you that it's just rotating, but not changing in size? Here's what's happening. This illusion is called motion binding. It happens when our brain tries to predict the movement of one of the elements in the image. Crazy stuff! Let's try another one. Stare at the cross in the middle of this image for 10 seconds, starting now. Did all of the colors from the image fade away and all you could see was a white page? Bizarrely, our brain just erases all the nuanced colors and leaves you with a white screen. First up, we have what looks like a gray bar moving up and down on an orange background. But if you stare at this little black dot, you may see the gray bar turn into a different color. What color did you see? Did you say blue? Yep, that was it. There's a graphic city with a dot in the middle of it. Stare at this dot for around 10 seconds, starting now. Wow, what just happened? Even after the picture turns black and white, our brain is still able to perceive the original colors. This is another example of an after image. After we've fed our brain with a fixed image of something, When we turn it black and white, our brain is still trying to guess the colors of it.
Lily was walking home from school one day when a huge portal opened up before her. She was curious, so she decided to walk through it. The portal took her straight to the castle of the great Zormir, a cool magician that had harnessed the power of thousands of Philosopher's Stones. As soon as Lily crossed the portal, he closed it. He told the girl that she had been chosen to take part in a great quest and that she could only leave the castle if she agreed to play his game. She had to answer all of his riddles correctly, and only then he would let her go. For the first riddle, he showed her this image and asked her to figure out what word was hidden in this illusion. Can you help her out? It's the word sun. Way to go, both of you. Zormir liked to play with trickery and illusion, so for his next trick, he called a chef. The guy walked in with a cart filled with Spanish empanadas, and Lily's mouth started watering. He told Lily that she had to eat all of the empanadas, except one, and that she should choose wisely, because that special empanada was poisoned. Take a look at the image. Can you help Lee choose which one she shouldn't eat? Let's see. That one on the bottom left corner looks suspicious. It has a green fog coming out of it. It's probably from some heavy type of poison, isn't it?
Oh my God!
Whew! Lily got out of that one okay. Next, Zormir showed Lily a strange painting. He changed the image on the painting to show one of his illusions. Can you figure out which word is hidden here? It's the word never. To get to the next level, Lily had to guess the answer to this simple riddle. What has keys but can't open locks and speaks without a mouth? It took the girl a while to figure it out, but she got it right. Do you know what she answered? It's a piano. Lily was taken to an empty room in the castle. It had nothing except 4 doors. The great Zormir told Lily that she had to find a time machine behind one of these doors and left her a clue. Trust only one of the inscriptions and it will lead you to the treasure. On each door, there was a sign. The sign on the door A said, "It's behind B or C." The sign behind door B said, "It's behind A or D." Door C said, "It's in here." And door D claimed, "It isn't here." Can you guess which door Lily opened? Let's see how this would work. If the time machine was behind door A, then both B and D would be true. But if it was behind door B, then both A and D would be true. If it was behind door C, then A, C, and D are all true. But if the time machine was behind door D, then the statements on all the other doors were false, except for that on door B. This matched the rules, so it was behind door D. Lily opened the door and found the time machine. Next to it, there was a super modern digital lock asking for a code of access. The catch was, as well as numbers, there were emojis. Lily had no idea which combination to press, but she saw that Zormir left a clue on a paper note. 2 plus 2. 3 plus 3. 7 plus 7. Can you help Lily out here? This is a tricky one. What she needed to do is overlay the numbers on top of each other. Once she's done that, she should flip the numbers on the second row. This way, she'd get the image of a fish, of the number 8, and of a triangle. So the correct combination to unlock it was the fish emoji, the number 8, and a triangle. Yikes. The great Zormir had set the time machine back to prehistoric ages. So Lily was zapped straight back to the ancient past. Take a look at the image. Can you spot the other time traveler in the picture? Ah, that's the one right there. He's holding a flashlight. I mean, those certainly didn't exist back in the day.
Ooh.
Lily went to talk to the other time traveler to see if he knew how she could get back to her normal timeline. He would only answer her question if she answered his riddle correctly. He asked her, "What has a heart that doesn't beat and a bank that doesn't hold a cent?" She was extremely confused by this one, but she answered, "A deck of cards." The guy was impressed and told Lily that to go back to her normal timeline, she had to figure out what was hidden in another of Zormir's illusions. Can you guess what word is hidden here? It's the word dog. Way to go.
Yes!
Lily got back to her normal timeline, but instead of going back to the castle, she found herself stranded on a deserted island. There was a note from Zormir saying, "The game is just getting started. You need to find the slang's witch and ask for her help." Take a look at the image. Can you find something that might help Lily find the witch? Ah, you sure have an eye for detail. There are 4 pieces of torn paper that together form a map.
Oh.
The map leads the way to the witch's abode. Walking through the forest on her way to the witch's house, Lily runs into a bear. She has to make a quick decision. She can either run away from the bear as fast as she can, or she can raise her hands and walk steadily backward until the bear is out of sight. What is Lily's best option? If she ran, the bear might feel under attack and end up hurting her. She should choose the second option. Finally, that looks like a witch's house. She knocks and the witch lets her inside. She asks the witch for help, but the witch is worried about something else. Earlier that day, she was working on a new love potion with the help of her elves, when she noticed that her precious hawk feather was missing. She asked if Lily could find out which elf had taken it. Lily said yes, and began to interview the elves. Arian said that he was giving apples to the fairies halfway through the making of the potion, and that before that, he made sure that the witch had every ingredient she needed for the spell. Elowen said he was at another cauldron testing an anti-aging potion. He also said he was sure to see the feather before the witch started the job. Ilaria was sorting out the bad herbs from the herbs all afternoon and didn't notice anything weird going on in the house. Lily took some time to think about the elves' testimony and finally figured out the answer. Can you tell who did it? It wasn't any of the elves. Lily noticed that the feather had fallen down and was stuck in a crack on the floor. The witch must have let it fall down and didn't notice it on the floor. The witch was happy with Lily's help and told her she would help Lily run away from the great Zormir. She opened 3 portals and let Lily choose the one she wanted to go through. The first portal would lead Lily to New York City. The second portal would lead her directly to her school. And the last portal would lead her to a beautiful island in the Bahamas. Take a look at the image. Which portal should she choose? Well, it could be fun to visit New York City, but there's a huge snowstorm going on. And why would anyone want to go to an island surrounded by sharks? Lily should just go back to school. She skipped enough classes.
Let's start easy, shall we? Boy, nobody answers no to that. Can you tell how many triangles there are in this image? If you said 8, then you got it right. Only 20% of people get this one correctly, though. And voila! This looks like a ladder, but it isn't. Can you count how many squares there are here? The correct answer is 13. There are 10 simple squares. Then you should count that every 4 squares in this image make a new one. So the total is 13. Pay close attention to this one. Behind all of these little black dots, there's an image. Are you part of the 1% of people that can see it? It's a minion. Congrats if you spotted that. Here's another one in this style. Can you see what's hidden here? It's a Ninja Turtle. Honestly, did you need to be a bit of a ninja to see that one? And what about this one? My, Homer Simpson. Now, there's something hidden behind black stripes. How's your X-ray vision working? You got it if you said it's one of the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon. That's cute. I bet you'll get confused with this one. Can you guess how many squares there are inside this big square? Yikes! This one really confused me. In total, there are 27 squares. Here's how it works. Start with the 13 larger one-component squares. They're the most obvious ones. Then, move on to the squares that have 2 components. There's a total of 4 of those. There are also 4 squares that have 4 components. Then, there are 4 squares that have 7 components. And there is 1 square that has 9 components. Last but not least, there's the big square that gathers all the other squares, totaling 27 squares. Woo! So, we'll move on to some hard-level optical illusions, okay? This first one is called the impossible triangle. But wait, what makes it so impossible? You have 7 seconds to figure that out. The so-called Penrose triangle is also known as the impossible triangle because it could never exist in reality. This magical triangle defies the laws of Euclidean geometry. If you follow the ball sliding on the surface of the triangle from the top point, you'll notice something strange. It looks like the left side of the triangle is extending away from the viewer, while the right side is closer to you. The Penrose triangle is the type of geometric figure that can only exist as an optical illusion, because this is what it would look like if we dismember it. Not a triangle at all, huh? Can you stare at this parrot's eye for 15 seconds? Just keep staring at it. I'll tell you when you can close your eyes. You're about to witness another example of an after image. 3, 2, 1, and close your eyes. Can you see a red parrot? Isn't it amazing that even though this parrot is black and white, you have the illusion of seeing the color red? Again, this is just your brain trying to guess the color of something. Now this one is basically a magic trick. Keep staring at this portrait of Harry Potter for about 7 seconds. Don't worry about keeping track of time, I'll do that for you. I need you to stare at this dot. You can blink, but just keep staring at the dot. When I say so, I need you to close your eyes and blink with your eyes closed. Just keep squeezing your eyes while they're closed. Okay, you can close your eyes. Now blink. A portion of Harry Potter will slowly start to appear in your mind's eye. Can you see it? That's witchcraft right there. Now take a look at this image. It looks like the square in the middle is breathing, right? Like it's growing in size and then shrinking. What if I told you that it's just rotating but not changing its size? Here's what's happening. This illusion is called motion binding. It happens when our brain tries to predict the movement of one of the elements in the image. Crazy stuff. This one's another example of a motion-binding illusion. These 4 bars seem to be moving in parallel with each other, right? Wrong. They're all part of the same moving square. Here's what's happening behind the scenes. Our brain just gets confused. Don't these snakes move beautifully? Except that they're actually stationary. This classic optical illusion is caused by repeating asymmetrical patterns together with specific color schemes. The illusion mixes lighter colors, like yellow and white, with darker shades of blue and black. This combination makes your retina send signals to your brain claiming that these circles are moving. If you want to debunk this illusion and see things as they really are, you need to stare straight at one part of the image. This way, you'll see that the rotation will slowly come to a stop. So, how many bars can you count here? I know you can do this. Don't give up now. This illusion has left the internet baffled. People have counted as many as 11 bars, but most people count between 8 and 7 bars. According to the creator of this image, there are only 6 complete bars. Try counting from top to bottom, and you'll notice that the upper bars are real. But by the time you get to the 6th bar, things start to get blurry and confusing. That's because the last 2 bars are incomplete. So when you try making them out, they appear to multiply and only leave you more confused. If you trace your pointer down the 7th and 8th bars, you'll be able to see that they are incomplete. They were only put there to confuse you. Can you tell if the dark blue lines are parallel to each other or inclined? They sure look crooked, but in reality, they're not. This classic optical illusion was first described over 100 years ago. But it wasn't until the 1970s that it got its current name, the cafe wall illusion. A guy named Steve Simpson noticed a similar effect on the wall of a cafe in Bristol, and here we are. Now, let's see how this works. First, let's blur the image a little bit. Oh, a little bit more. There you go. This way, you'll be able to see that the dark blue lines are parallel to each other. If you look closely, the little black and white bricks at the intersection of wide lines are what makes this illusion possible. In addition to that, the curved elements inside the blue lines help to make the elusive effect even stronger. Up next, take a look at this black square crisscrossed with perpendicular white lines. Take your best guess. Are these really scintillating or not? If you look attentively, you'll notice that the white dots at the intersection of the grid shift their color from white to gray and back. When you concentrate on a particular dot, you see that it's white, but as soon as your attention wanders, the dot turns gray. That's the Hermann grid illusion. Amazing, isn't it? We can take this illusion one step further by positioning white dots at the intersection of gray lines. All are placed on top of the black background. If you look at this image long enough, you'll notice black dots starting to pop up at the intersections of the grid, creating a scintillating effect. Another name for this illusion is a simultaneous light contrast illusion. As you perceive the dots as white at one moment, and then, almost immediately, you see them as black. Well, these sure made my eyes angry. They don't like being fooled, so I think I'll let them rest now.
They say seeing is believing, but is it really? Optical illusions have a mind-boggling way to trick our brains. They use a combination of color, light, or particular patterns that can make us see things that aren't there. Today, we're taking our brains for a test drive and seeing how these illusions work. Let's start easy. Behind all of these little black dots, there's an image. Are you part of the 1% of people that can see it? It's a minion. Congrats if you spotted that. Here's another one in this style. Can you see what's hidden here? It's a ninja turtle. Honestly, you did need to be a bit of a ninja to see that one. And what about this one? It's Homer Simpson. So now there's something hidden behind black stripes. How's your X-ray vision working? You got it if you said it's one of the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon. That's cute. We're moving on to phase 2, so this will get a little bit trickier, okay? Your task is to find the fourth object in each image. You have 7 seconds to spot all 4 items. 3, 2, 1, go! Did anyone find the straw by any chance? Anyways, could you spot the nail? What was hardest for you to find? The egg or the button? So now we're going to step up our game. This is medium level difficulty and you'll have 7 seconds to find all 4 items. Ready? Go! Did anyone find the French fries? I sure didn't. Up next, 4 women and a baby. Yikes, this is hard. Could anyone spot the hair comb? Here's another one for you. Where on earth was that banana hiding? Good luck with this next one. So the envelope is hiding behind the bathroom pipe. I love black and white. But I'm still searching for that white egg, if you ask me. If this were my room, my mom would be telling me to clean it up ASAP. It took me a while to find that little birdie, but the mission was successful. Good morning, y'all. Oh, bummer, I couldn't find the book, could you? What object can't you find here? I had trouble locating the brush. Too many details, too little time. I have to say, you do have a pretty good eye for detail, but we're changing the game now. You know what they say. You need to keep changing the stimulus to make your brain work better and better. So now, it's emoji time. You'll have 4 seconds in this round. Did you see that one of them didn't have laughing tears? Where's the really sad emoji? And here I was thinking that clowns were supposed to be happy. I guess we all have our bad days, huh? What about this one? Oh, it's the browless one, isn't it? Can you spot the odd one? Oh, so it's a dairy-free burger. There's one with a different grin on its face. That's the one. I think your eyes are pretty warmed up now. So we'll move on to some hard-level optical illusions, okay? This first one is called the impossible triangle. But wait, what makes it so impossible? You have 7 seconds to figure that out. The so-called Penrose triangle is also known as the impossible triangle because it could never exist in reality. This magical triangle defies the laws of Euclidean geometry. If you follow the ball sliding on the surface of the triangle from the top point, you'll notice something strange. It looks like the left side of the triangle is extending away from the viewer, while the right side is closer to you. The Penrose triangle is the type of geometrical figure that can only exist as an optical illusion because this is what it looks like if we dismember it. Not a triangle at all, huh? And this next illusion is called the Pac-Man Chaser. You'll see why. Stare at the central cross for 5 seconds. The image appears to be in motion, doesn't it? And you might also see a green disk appear in between the lilac spheres from time to time. Now, this image allows us to witness two illusions simultaneously. Firstly, although the image appears to be in continuous motion, nothing here is moving, we promise. This phenomenon is known as the phi phenomenon. It happens when stationary objects are placed side by side and illuminated rapidly one after another, creating an illusion of movement. Now look at the center of the image again. Can you see the green disk? This second illusion is called an afterimage, and this happens when your brain tries to substitute an item with something else as the original item disappears. But why is it green, you might ask? That's because green is lilac's complementary color. If we were to change the color of the disk to blue, then the color of the gap changes to yellow, which is blue's complementary color. Neat, right? Can you stare at this parrot's eye for 15 seconds? Just keep staring at it. I'll tell you when you can close your eyes. You're about to witness another example of an afterimage. Three, two, one, and close your eyes. Can you see a red parrot? Isn't it amazing that even though this parrot is black and white, you have the illusion of seeing the color red? Again, this is just your brain trying to guess the color of something. Don't these snakes move beautifully? Except that, they're actually stationary. This classic optical illusion is caused by repeating asymmetrical patterns together with specific color schemes. The illusion mixes lighter colors like yellow and white with darker shades of blue and black. This combination makes your retina send signals to your brain, claiming that these circles are moving. If you want to debunk this illusion and see things as they really are, you need to stare straight at one part of the image. This way, you'll see that the rotation will slowly come to a stop. Take a look at this image. It looks like the square in the middle is breathing, right? Like it's growing in size and then shrinking? What if I told you that it's just rotating, but not changing its size? Here's what's happening. This illusion is called motion binding. It happens when our brain tries to predict the movement of one of the elements in the image. Crazy stuff! This one's another example of a motion binding illusion. These four bars seem to be moving in parallel with each other, right? Wrong! They are all part of the same moving square. Here's what's happening behind the scenes. Our brain just gets confused. How many bars can you count here? This illusion has left the internet baffled. People have counted as many as 11 bars, but most people count between 8 and 7 bars. According to the creator of this image, there are only 6 complete bars. Try counting from top to bottom, and you'll notice that the upper bars are real. But by the time you get to the 6th bar, things start to get blurry and confusing. That's because the last 2 bars are incomplete. So when you try making them out, they appear to multiply and only leave you more confused. If you trace your pointer down the 7th and 8th bars, you'll be able to see that they are incomplete. They were only put there to confuse you. Can you tell if the dark blue lines are parallel to each other or inclined? They sure look crooked, but in reality they are not. This classic optical illusion was first described over 100 years ago, but it wasn't until the 1970s that it got its current name, the cafe wall illusion. A guy named Steve Simpson noticed a similar effect on the wall of a cafe in Bristol, and here we are. Now let's see how this works. First, let's blur the image a little bit. Oh, a little bit more. There you go. This way you'll be able to see that the dark blue lines are parallel to each other. If you look closely, the little black and white bricks at the intersection of wide lines are what makes this illusion possible. In addition to that, the curved elements inside the blue lines help to make the elusive effect even stronger. If you look at this image attentively, you'll notice a moving square that appears to be changing in tone. What shades do you see? Dark, then light, then dark again? Wrong. The square doesn't change at all. The creator of this illusion is Japanese psychologist and artist Akiyoshi Kitaoka. According to him, you can see your own brain changing its guess about the color of the square. Color is already an illusion created by our brains. It so happens that color is created inside our visual systems. What our eyes perceive as blue is actually a wavelength that is reflected as that color. Moving on, take a look at this staircase. It looks pretty simple, right? Well, now let's flip the image upside down. It still looks like a staircase, but instead of going from right to left, it looks like it's going from left to right. But don't blink. If you blink, the illusion will disappear, and you will be left with the original image. Whoa, This illusion is known as Schroeder's staircase, and it was invented by German scientist Heinrich Schroeder back in 1858. It's simple, yet it reveals a fundamental mechanism of how our brain works. If we dismember the staircase, you'll notice that the image is flat. What our brain perceives as a 3D image is just a combination of shadow and light. This means that the 3D itself is already an optical illusion. This happens because our brain captures images and tries to fit them into what it already knows. So it sees a shadow in a 2D image and understands depth. Basically, it creates an unreal perspective of the object in front of our eyes. In this case, we call it a three-dimensional perspective. Up next, look at this black square crisscrossed with perpendicular white lines. If you look attentively, you'll notice that the white dots, situated at the intersection of the grid, shift their color from white to gray and back. When you concentrate on a particular dot, you see that it's white, but as soon as your attention wanders, the dot turns gray. That's the Hermann grid illusion. Amazing, isn't it? We can take this illusion one step further by positioning white dots at the intersection of gray lines. All are placed on top of the black background. If you look at this image long enough, you'll notice black dots starting to pop up at the intersections of the grid, creating a scintillating effect. Another name for this illusion is a simultaneous light contrast illusion. As you perceive the dots as white at one moment, and then, almost immediately, you see them as black. So why do our senses let us down by making us see gray or black instead of white? This illusion demonstrates one of the most important principles of human perception. You don't always see things for what they are. The retinal cells in our eyes act as light receptors. When only one receptor gets illuminated, it perceives more light than when its colleagues are also illuminated. This prevents the firing of nearby receptors. With the Hermann grid illusion, the white lines are arranged in such a way that there's more light around the intersections than along the lines themselves. Thus, the dots at the intersections are more inhibited, and you see darker spots. What do you say? Did your eyes pass the test? I guess mine did, but my brain is a little bit tired. See you next time.
They say seeing is believing, but is it really so? Optical illusions have a mind-boggling way to trick our brains. They use a combination of colors, light, or particular patterns that can make us see things that aren't there. Today, we're taking our brains for a test drive to see how these illusions work. If you look at this image attentively, you'll notice a moving square that appears to be changing tones. What shades do you see? Dark, then light, then dark again. Wrong. The square doesn't change color at all. The creator of this illusion is a Japanese psychologist and artist, Akiyoshi Kitaoka. According to him, you can see your own brain changing its guess about the color of the square. Color is already an illusion created by our brains. It happens so that the color is created inside our visual systems. What our eyes perceive as blue is actually a wavelength that is reflected as that color. Neuroscientists say that about 50% of our brain is involved in the vision process. Visual signals are dispersed to more than 30 areas of our brain. Each area has a special function to process color, motion, depth, and form. All this information is combined, and voila! We can distinguish shape and color. Funnily enough, neuroscientists still don't understand the details of how all this happens, and neither do we, but we sure give it a try. Moving on, let's take a look at this staircase. It looks pretty simple, right? Well, now let's flip the image upside down. It still looks like a staircase, but instead of going from right to left, it looks like it's going from left to right. But don't blink. If you blink, the illusion will disappear and you will be left with the original image. Whoa, I think my brain just got really tired. This illusion is known as Schroeder's staircase, and it was invented by a German scientist, Heinrich Schroeder, back in 1858. It's really simple, yet it reveals a fundamental mechanism of how our brain works. Let's understand why. If you sorta disassemble the staircase, you'll notice that the image is flat. What our brain perceives as a 3D image is just a combination of shadow and light. This means that the 3D itself is already an optical illusion. This happens because our brain captures images and tries to fit them into what it already knows. So it sees a shadow in a 2D image and it understands depth. Basically, it creates an unreal perspective of the object in front of our eyes. In this case, we call it a three-dimensional perspective. In 2020, Japanese mathematician Kokichi Sugihara took this illusion one step further. Let's take a look. At first glance, it looks just like a regular staircase. Again. But now, let's place an object at the top of the staircase and flip it at a 100-degree angle. I can't believe my eyes with this one. The object that appeared to be on top suddenly looks like it's at the bottom of the staircase. No wonder this work won Best Illusion of 2020. According to Sugihara, with this illusion, we are literally witnessing the way our brain tricks us into perceiving unreal things. At the heart of the illusion is a simple trick. The stairs aren't really stairs. They continue to be a flat 2D surface, making clever use of angles and shading to trick our brains. The 2D image was printed and glued into a basic 3D structure, but there is no real depth in the stairs, just the illusion of it. Got it? Look at this image for a moment and tell me how many bars you can count. This illusion has left the internet baffled. People have counted as many as 11 bars, but most count about 7 to 8 bars. According to the creator of this image, there are only 6 complete bars. Try counting from top to bottom and you'll notice that the upper bars are real. But by the time you get to the 6th bar, things start to get blurry and confusing. That's because the last 2 bars are incomplete, so when you try to count them, they appear to multiply and only leave you more confused. If you trace your pointer down the 7th and 8th bar, you'll be able to see that they are incomplete. They were only put there to confuse you. Can you tell if the dark blue lines are parallel to each other or whether they're inclined? They sure look crooked, but in reality, they're not. This classical optical illusion was first described over 100 years ago, but it wasn't until the 1970s that it got its current name. The cafe wall illusion. A guy named Steve Simpson noticed a similar effect on the wall of a cafe in Bristol, and here we are. Now, let's see how this works. First, let's blur the image a little bit. Oh, a little bit more. There you go. This way, you'll be able to see that the dark blue lines are parallel to each other. If you look closely, the little black and white bricks at the intersection of wide lines are what made this illusion possible. In addition to that, the curved elements inside the blue lines help to make the elusive effect even stronger. We'll understand why in a little bit. Up next, look at this black square, crisscrossed with perpendicular white lines. If you look attentively, you'll notice that the white dots situated at the intersection of the grid shift their color from white to gray and black. When you concentrate on a particular dot, you'll see that it's white, but as soon as your attention wanders, the dot turns gray. That's the Hermann grid illusion. Amazing, isn't it? We can take this illusion one step further by positioning white dots at the intersection of gray lines. All of them are placed on top of the black background. If you look at this image for long enough, you'll notice black dots starting to pop up at the intersections of the grid, creating a scintillating effect. Another name for this illusion is a simultaneous light contrast illusion. As you perceive the dots as white at one moment, and then, almost immediately, you see them as black. So, why do our senses let us down by making us see gray or black instead of white? This illusion demonstrates one of the most important principles of human perception. You don't always see things for what they really are. The retinal cells in our eyes act as light receptors. When only one cell receptor gets illuminated, it perceives more light than when its colleagues are also illuminated. This prevents the firing of nearby receptors. With the Hermann grid illusion, the white lines are arranged in such a way that there's more light around the intersections than along the lines themselves. Thus, the dots at the intersections are more inhibited, and you see darker spots. This next illusion is called the Pac-Man chaser. You'll see why. Stare at the central cross for 5 seconds. The image appears to be in motion, doesn't it? And you might also see a green disc appear in between the lilac spheres from time to time. Now, this image allows us to witness 2 illusions simultaneously. Even though the image appears to be in continuous motion, nothing here is moving. We promise. This phenomenon is known as the phi phenomenon. It happens when stationary objects are placed side by side and illuminated rapidly, one after the other, creating an illusion of movement. Now look at the center of the image again. Can you see the green disc? This illusion is called an after image. And this happens when your brain tries to substitute an item with something else as the original item disappears. But why is it green, you might ask? That's because green is lilac's complementary color. If we were to change the color of the disc to blue, then the color of the gap changes to yellow, which is blue's complementary color. Neat, right? Hey there! Are you ready to get your mind blown by some absolutely stunning optical illusions? Or do you want to check how easily your mind can get tricked? Then watch our 11 optical illusions and let me know which impressed you the most. So here's the first one. Look at it attentively. What do you see here? Most people are sure they're looking at a 3D sphere on a patterned monochrome background. Or maybe you even feel that the ball is suspended in the air in front of some flat surface. In reality, this is a 2D image. The illusion occurs because of how the elements of the pattern are placed. Another 3D image, which is actually totally flat. I don't know about you, but it seems to me that I'm looking at sand dunes colored in a dazzle of zebras. But no, this effect occurs thanks to the different thickness and position of the stripes. Now, look at this picture. Don't take your eyes off of it even for a moment. See? The circles are moving. It's a popular motion illusion. One of the coolest things about it is that it grinds to a halt if you look at only one part of the image. Try it out. And if you start looking around, it begins to move again. Is it magic? These circles might look simple and unassuming at first, but try moving your head back and forth while keeping your focus on the dot in the center of the image. Do you see that the circles formed by the rhombi start to rotate? When you're tilting your head towards the screen, they move in one direction. When you get farther from the image, they move in the opposite direction. And isn't that cool? How about something even more baffling? Look at this image. This grating is moving vertically, right? Not really. It's moving diagonally. This illusion occurs when a diagonally striped pole rotates horizontally around its vertical axis. To the viewer, it appears as though the stripes are moving downward rather than around the pole. Why so? Because you see the pole through a vertical window, which provides you with very little information about what's actually happening to it. Look at this beauty! Doesn't this kinetic illusion make you feel as if the image is both streaming, shimmering, and moving all at the same time? But the picture is actually a bunch of lines of the same color coming from the common center. The next illusion you're going to see is beautiful. The longer you look at the picture, the less static it seems. The image appears to be rotating, even though it's actually not moving, not even a bit. This illusion occurs as a result of your eyes reacting to the size variations of the circles and interacting color contrasts. Wow, isn't this image bright and pretty? But don't stare at it for too long. It can give you a slight headache and make your eyes hurt. Anyway, now that I've warned you, doesn't it seem to you that all these rings are rotating in opposite directions? I know this effect is extremely strong, but I promise it's not an animated GIF. It's a perfectly still image, but the design and colors make it look as if the rings are moving. Hey, look at this 3D purple landscape. Isn't it charming? The only problem is that, I bet you've already guessed, this is not a 3D image. It's the unusual bright pattern that creates this illusion. Here's another 3D illusion. This time, it's a checkerboard that seems to be bulging. Look at it attentively. The squares are perfectly straight. Their borderlines are parallel and perpendicular, but your brain insists this image is domed. The explanation is connected with the dots. They don't actually touch the borders of the squares. There's always a narrow margin, but your brain interprets those margins like lines, which messes up with your perception. And instead of the right angles, some of them seem acute while others appear obtuse. In this image, all of the edges are either vertical, horizontal, or at a 45-degree angle. But does it seem this way to you? I bet your answer is no. And there's one more thing you can do with this image to make it even cooler. Pause this video so that the image is static and move your scroll bar up and down. It'll appear that the illusion also has some element of motion to it. Awesome! Now, how about we try to figure out what makes it possible for optical illusions to trick our mind? I mean, you know 100% that what your eyes are telling your brain is wrong, but you just can't make yourself stop seeing it. Scientists are sure that sometimes our brain may unconsciously bend our perception of the world to meet our expectations. It fills in the gaps using your past experiences. In other words, it's not your eyes that play tricks on you. It's the way your brain interprets the image sent by the eyes. As an expert said, an optical illusion is a mismatch between the visual impression of the actual properties of the object. Anyway, my favorite illusion is the one with bright rotating circles. What about you? Share your opinion in the comments. This fresh set of optical illusions will definitely challenge your visual perception. If your brain isn't happy when you look at things that spin and flash, be careful and get somebody to watch this astonishing illusionary art with you. Ready? Go full screen and let's get started. Take a look at this pair of circles. It's not an illusion. They're identical, and they do rotate. But they don't actually move across the screen. The arrows confuse your brain, so it seems that the circles are shrinking and even moving back and forth. If you manage to focus your gaze so that they stop moving, you're a wizard. What about this shining star? Is it static or dynamic? Although the star seems to be pulsing, its size doesn't change at all, but its popping color creates an illusion of movement. Let's move on to our next one. Check this out. Can you spot any movement? This picture is static, but if you take your time to look at these flowers carefully, your brain will definitely convince you that they're moving. What about this picture? The direction of this pattern makes the brain think that the circle is rotating to the left, but it's a lie. The same goes for this cute pattern. Can you see it spinning around? What about this picture? Can you spot any movement? Well, in this case, it's not surprising because this image is animated. An optical illusion is not always an optical illusion, so be careful. Let's take a look at the next one. This star seems to be dancing because its asymmetrical shape confuses your brain's expectations. Maybe it's time to ask ourselves, what else is my brain lying to me about right now? What can you say about this beautiful pattern? Is it just a basic optical illusion or an animated video? That's right, it's an animation. Here's our next one. If you focus all your attention on the middle of this picture, it will soon begin to move. But in fact, it stays the same. Don't let your brain play tricks on you. Your perception of this image may change if you blink a bunch of times and shake your head. Moving on, take a look at this tricky pattern. Is this image static? Yes, it truly is. Some optical illusions work by fooling around with contrasts in our field of vision. These two circles consist of small rotating striped circles. They appear to change the direction of rotating thanks to how our brains deal with information immediately within our focus. It's different from the way it processes peripheral information. You can see it when you focus on one circle and then on another. Are you dizzy yet? Let's move on to the next one. Zigzag is a great tool to create a bunch of optical illusions that can make you feel like you're flying. But this particular zigzag pattern is animated. Is it? Nope, it's a static picture. Be careful with zigzags. The next optical illusion will make you see with your eyes closed. All you have to do is stare at this Marilyn Monroe's nose at the center of this portrait. Continue staring at the same spot for at least 7 seconds, and try not to blink. Ready? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now take a look at your ceiling and blink a bunch of times. Close your eyes. Can you still see the portrait? Don't worry, it'll disappear in a few seconds. This optical illusion is called an after image. It appears after you've stared at an image for some time. Usually, it requires around 30 seconds. Then you close your eyes or look at a white piece of paper afterwards. Overstimulation makes the rods and cones in your eyes lose sensitivity. That's why for a short period afterward, you interpret colors as their paired primary color. Now, let's take a look at this tricky pattern. Is this image static or dynamic? It's not an optical illusion. This pattern is animated. If you managed to guess, great job! Now, let's take a look at this one. Do these spheres move across the screen? Nope, they don't. If you were careful enough, you noticed the top moving when you squinted and concentrated on the spheres. This optical illusion is static. But if you take your time and focus on the center of the screen, it will begin to rotate. Let's move on to our next one. This optical illusion will make you feel like a magician and level up your concentration skills. At this point, you probably see that the static circles begin to move, pop, and spin slightly. But which way? There's no right answer here. The largest circle probably spins to the left. But if you switch your focus to the center of the image, the same circle will begin to spin to the right. The movement will change depending on which layer of this image you're currently focusing on. Arrows inside these colorful circles may confuse your vision. Try not to look at them, and you'll notice that the circles inside this illusion aren't changing their shape or moving at all. It's pretty clear that this crazy watermelon isn't spinning, isn't it? Nope. If you screw up with your eyes, you can verify this by focusing your gaze on the sphere. See? It doesn't move anymore. This figure can begin to move like a snake, and the black points will begin to blink white. But don't let your brain fool you. This image is still the same. Are you dizzy yet? Let's experiment with disappearing dots. Focus on the central green dot. Try not to blink for a while. You will see one or more of the yellow dots disappearing and then reappearing randomly. Here's another illusion with disappearing dots. Thousands of people worldwide complained that this simple optical illusion had made them question reality. There are 12 black dots at the intersections of this image, but your brain won't let you see them all at once. Well, how many dots did you count? There are 12 black dots in this image, and it's a fact. But most people can't see all 12 dots at once. When you're focusing on that black dot in the center of your field of view, your visual system is automatically filling in what's going on around it. And this regular pattern of gray lines on a white background makes your brain suggest that there are no black dots at all. That's why you miss the intermittent black dots, or they disappear and reappear as your eye jitters around. This cute animation is also very tricky. It pictures a moon and 6 stars surrounding it. There's also a dotted circular layer moving in the background. Try not to move your head at all. If you manage to focus your eyes on the moon and stay perfectly still, you'll soon notice that the stars begin to disappear. How many of them did you make disappear? There's no one correct answer here. The number of disappeared stars depends on your perception. This tricky wheel can make your brain think that it rotates, but it's a lie. You may notice that the wheel changes the direction when you tilt your head to the right or to the left. This trick will make your hands melt like water. Don't worry, it's not forever. Keep staring at the center of the screen for 30 seconds. Try not to blink. Now, take a look at your hands. Are they melting? You can also look at some text and notice that your vision is wavy. Take a look at this tricky optical illusion. What can you say about this wheel? Is it static or dynamic? It's static. Your brain plays tricks on you. Now let's give your eyes a little break by changing the task. Can you spot an odd monkey out? Here it is. Can you find a different monster out? This guy in the right corner doesn't look as happy as the others. There are many zeros in here. Can you also see another hidden number? Here it is. Does this pattern consist of red apples only? Nope. Here's one tomato. Can you find 2 similar emojis among this variety? Here they are. What about this set of emojis? Can you see two identical emojis? Here they are. Take a look at these emojis. Are they all different? Nope, these two emojis are similar. How many emojis can you find among this variety? There are 3. What about this collection? Can you spot any identical emojis here? This task is tricky. All these emojis are different. If you manage to crack our trick, good job! Take a look at this set. Can you find a pair of identical emojis? Nope, it's impossible, because these two are similar. Does this cat crowd have any odd details? This guy over here is not a cat, it's a rabbit. Can you find a 4-leaf clover in here? Here it is. Lucky you. How many shades of gray can you count in this bar? The correct answer is 11. Nah, just kidding. The bar in the middle is one constant color. The background makes you see more than one shade of gray here. You can see it if you cover the spaces above and below the bar. Can you tell which of the surfaces is darker? Is it A or B? Surface A only seems obviously darker. In reality, they are exactly the same color. Cover the middle of the drawing with your hand to check it. Scientists still can't explain this illusion. One theory says this might be because of how your brain interprets the signals from the photoreceptors in your eyes. The most active cells reduce the activity in neighboring ones, and this creates a contrast that's not in fact real. Now, find the darkest square in this picture. Whichever square you chose, you can't be right. They're all the same color, just set against different backgrounds. Moving on. Do you pick white or black pieces? I'll let you choose. Well, you can't pick black or white here because the pieces are all the same color. The background and the way you perceive light explains this illusion. How many colors do you see here? I clearly see 4. It's actually 2. Red and green, one shade of each. You get the illusion there are different colors here because some of them are surrounded by white and some by green boxes. By the way, white isn't a color in scientific terms. It's the presence of all colors. That's why we don't count it as one. Here's another one for you. Which side is darker? Nope, it's not the right side. It's one shade of red that seems darker on the right because of the black background. Oh no, this table is tilting to the right and about to turn over. Or is it? No worries, it's perfectly stable. The slanted lines create this tilting effect. Both rectangles are parallel. You can check it with a ruler. How many faults do you see in this square? The correct answer is 0. This square by Walter Ehrenstein is perfect. It seems curved because it's placed inside a pattern of concentric circles. Would you prefer a rectangular or square table? No matter which one you chose, just take any. They're of exactly the same shape and size. Here's a classic Ponzo illusion. Which of the green lines is longer? It's the one in the foreground. Just kidding, they're the same length. This illusion works because your brain interprets the image with perspective, and it's just a simple 2D image. How about a ride? Do you think this Ferris wheel is moving clockwise or counterclockwise? Sorry guys, the ride is closed today. Any movement you see here is just an illusion. Here's an easy one for you. Try to quickly say the color of these words. Hey, it takes forever to focus on the colors without reading them. The right half of your brain is trying to name the colors, and the left half is trying to make you say the words. This is known as the Stroop effect, and it's used as a test for jobs where concentration is a must. Can you count all the gray dots at the intersections in this grid? The correct answer is 0. This is a Hermann grid illusion. Your brain makes you think they are gray dots at the intersections because of the dark surroundings. If you look closer, all the dots are gone. Another good old classic, Necker cube. This was discovered in the 19th century. Do you think the blue wall is in the block or on the block? Is it the back wall or the side wall? There's no correct answer, so keep guessing. Is this just a set of some geometrical shapes, or does it have a secret message? Eureka! That's the correct answer. Are you up for a helicopter ride? Pick the one with a longer line on top. It's impossible. They're equal in length, and the surroundings make you believe otherwise. Time for some magic. You can turn this negative photo into a full-color image with the power of your brain. Stare at the dots at the center of the girl's face for about 30 seconds. Now, quickly turn your eyes to the center X of the white image on the right of the woman's face. Blink several times. Do you see the image of a girl in full color? If not, try staring at the negative image a bit longer, or sit closer or further from your computer monitor. This illusion works when your rods and cones get overstimulated. The cells viewing the darkest part of the image are least affected by this. When you look away, they react the strongest, and you can see the reverse of the original image. Some optical illusions with a double meaning can tell a lot about your personality. What do you see here? If it's a profile of a man to you, you're pretty realistic and take things for what they are. You trust others and easily rely on them at work and in your personal life. You mix with new people easily. If you notice the word liar, you always look for a hidden subtext in everything. It's not easy for you to trust others. Even when things are going just fine, you're always looking for some surprises coming your way. How many pandas do you see in this image? If it's just 2, you're an ambitious person focused on your goals. When you have a plan, nothing can take you off your course. You're direct and always say what you really think. If you saw 5 pandas or more, you're a really creative person. You always see the little things others might not notice. You get inspiration when you least expect it, even from basic everyday events. What does this one look like to you? If you see a huge eye on the ground, you're a settled person who's pretty content with their life. You have your home, job, and favorite places, and wouldn't give up this comfort for some unknown path. If you see a landscape with some deep green abyss or a volcano crater, you long for adventures. You can't wait to explore the world, and your biggest fear is settling down and not getting the chance to travel. Time for the next illusion. Those who see a face of a young girl here are pretty emotional and sentimental people. You miss someone or something that made you really happy and still can't let go. Try to accept the best is yet to come into your life. Those who see a young man staring at a landscape here are at the crossroads of their lives. You realize you need some changes to be happier, but you don't know what to start with. All roads are open to you. Just take that first step. Here's a really tricky one. If it looks like a landscape with a horseman to you, you're more extroverted than introverted. You enjoy your alone times, but mostly need the company of others to share with. You're fun, easygoing, and a great team player. If you see a wolf here, you must be more introverted than extroverted. You feel comfortable in your own company and aren't afraid to listen to yourself. You aren't afraid of responsibility and prefer to get all the credits for what you've done.
You'll have 5 seconds for each. Let's go! What comes to your mind when you look at this picture? If you noticed one big tiger first, you're pretty happy with your life right now and wake up with a smile. You like your job and have some great friends and a loving family. You don't want to change anything and just enjoy every day. In case you spotted a landscape with a tree and a little tiger first, you've had some problems in the past that you've managed to solve. But now you're cautious about everything and can't let yourself run around carefree. How about this one? If you saw a beautiful golden landscape with some waterfalls, you probably feel a bit bored at the moment. Everything seems to be fine, but you're missing some bright emotions and adventures. Start with the little things, cook a new meal, or buy some clothes you'd never wear before. If you saw a young girl here first, looks like you've been a bit overwhelmed lately. You're trying to be one step ahead of everyone else at work with your hobbies and personal life. It's okay to give yourself a break and just live your life at your own pace sometimes. In case the animals hiding in the landscape have caught your eye, you're pretty happy with everything in your life, but your mind often wanders somewhere else. You run different scenarios in your head of you living a different life that could be even better. Try doing one of the things you've been dreaming about for so long. Moving on, what does this one look like to you? If it's definitely a guitar, you're someone who likes to have a good laugh. Your positive energy spreads onto others easily. That's why you're the heart of any party. You mix with new people well and have like a billion friends. If you're positive it's a landscape with trees reflected in the water, you feel cautious about letting new people too close to you. You might seem reserved at first, but when you're ready to accept those new people into your life, you build strong bonds and will never let them down. How about this one? Those who see a huge yellow-eyed fish here respect the rules and feel uncomfortable breaking any of them. You prefer to stay out of trouble, so you'd never try anything unconventional. You follow the majority, and if something goes wrong, you're relieved to share the fault with everyone else. If you're one of those people who see a huge ship in this image, you never follow the crowd, even if it's going the right way. You're a rebel at heart, and you believe rules are meant to be broken. You like to take a chance and often win. Next, is this one all plain to you, or do you see the double meaning? Those who see a bunch of sheep and a wolf here adapt to changes in life easily. You accept the fact that nothing lasts forever, and always look on the bright side to find the positive in everything. This helps you move on and save your energy for more important things than worries. Those who see a big wolf and a little wolf find it uneasy letting go of people, places, and situations. You don't like change, it confuses you. Even if things aren't perfect, you'd rather leave them the way they are because you're used to them. Sometimes you just have to let things go their own way. It'll save you a lot of nerves. How about this one? If you see a polar bear here, you're an emotionally stable person. You know you can't plan everything in life, so you accept surprises and find joy in them. You know you won't make fun memories if you stay on a perfectly smooth road. If you clearly see a hand in this image, you love to plan everything in your life. You can't stand it when something doesn't go as you expected it to. You always think of all the possible outcomes before taking even the smallest decision, like what to buy for dinner. Try being more spontaneous. You might like it. Now, taking it one level up, can you see the hidden meaning here? If this one looks like a lake and some swans to you, you're a realist who's mostly in a good mood. You don't expect too much from anything or anyone. You're kind and forgiving and can explain and accept any behavior. It helps you protect yourself from disappointments. If you saw a band playing in the mountains, you're more comfortable in the world of your own dreams than in reality. You have your vision of how things should work out, and you feel sad when other people aren't as brave, nice, and caring as you expect them to. Try taking it easier on them. How about this one? If the first thing you saw here was a vase, you don't like to stay in the spotlight. You're a talented and creative person, but you're a bit shy and don't like it when other people are staring at you. That's why you prefer to express yourself through writing, drawing, or similar arts that don't take you directly on stage. If you clearly saw two profiles in this one, you love attention so much you make a little show out of everything. You can make a loud joke or start singing as you go grocery shopping. You have plenty of energy, and the only way to let it all out is to get on stage and get all the eyes looking at you. This one looks pretty abstract. What do you think about it? Those who are sure it's an old man are really good at saving money. You plan your budget and never buy things you didn't plan to. You know your priorities well, and you don't feel like you're depriving yourself of anything. Saving makes you happy. Those who spotted a horse in this image are trying to stick to a budget, but it doesn't always work out. You could be saving for a new car for a couple of months and then spend it all on the shoes of your dreams. What really matters is that it makes you happy, so don't worry too much about it. Moving on, what can you say about this drawing? If you saw an old man's profile here first, you believe that you can achieve anything in life if you give it your all. You're patient and stubborn in a good way. You set goals and fulfill them one by one on the way to your dream. You prefer to call it plans, not dreams. If you saw a man on a horse, a river, and a figure on the ground, you believe in destiny. You think lots of things are just meant to be. You aren't lazy or anything, but you're sure sometimes success is just a matter of luck. When you have an uneasy choice to make, you prefer to wait it out and let the problem solve itself. Next, please. This one feels so cold. What do you see here? If it looks like a snowy mountain to you, comfort is your priority. Your home means the world to you, and you don't like to move from place to place. You can't focus on anything or get details done in a mess. You're ready to spend money and effort on nice little details. In case you saw a huge face first, and no, it's not me, you prefer to invest in memories and emotions. You'd love to sleep under the stars as long as it takes you to a new place with people you love. You don't buy too many things because they make moving problematic. All you really need fits in one backpack, and you're happy it's so. What comes to your mind when you look at this image? If it's definitely a zebra to you, you enjoy arranging surprises for your loved ones. You prefer giving to receiving, and you'd go to the end of the world to make your family and friends happy. Their happiness is the best feedback to you. If you see some trees here, looks like you prefer getting gifts to giving them to others. You never show it even if you aren't 100% happy with the gift, and it makes people feel like they know you so well and they made your day. So, you're doing a good thing your way. Wow, you'll have 5 seconds for each of the illusions. Get ready for your mind to be bent. Can you tell which of the 2 yellow lines is longer? Seems obvious to me. Oh wow, I was wrong. None of them is longer. They are exactly the same length. This is a Ponzo illusion, not a Ponzi scheme. Your brain judges an object's size based on its background. Here, your brain decides the upper line that's further away has to be longer to catch up with the line that's closer. Here's another one for you. Do you think these lines are parallel to each other? Yep, they perfectly are. Again, your brain judges them based on their surroundings. All those short intersecting lines make you believe the longer lines are messed up. What about the red lines in this image? Are they straight or curved? This is the herring illusion. The seemingly curved lines are perfectly straight and parallel to each other. The background makes you think otherwise. How many colors can you see here? Did you get red, purple, and green? In that case, you're all wrong. If you zoom in on this illustration, you can see all the spheres are of the same color. The stripes in the foreground make you believe the spheres are of different colors too. If you remove that foreground from the image, you'll see all the spheres are beige. Welcome to Ames' room. Nothing is impossible here. Which of these 2 people do you think is larger? An Ames room only seems to be a normal rectangular construction. It has slanted walls and an inclining ceiling and floor. The right corner is closer to you than the left corner. Your brain is used to rectangular rooms, so it corrects the image for you. The room seems normal, and the people inside seem weird. How many prongs do you think this trident has? The correct number is 3. Nah, just kidding. That would be too obvious. The empty space between the prisms forms the central prong. Take a closer look at the top of the prongs. There are just 2 openings. Can you tell what animal is hiding here? The secret here is to shake your head back and forth, or you can zoom out on the image. When you see the tiny version of it, it's obvious there's a cat hiding behind all those lines. Now, focus on one point of this image for at least 15 seconds. Don't think of anything else, just keep looking. Can you see the image disappearing? It happens because the neurons in your brain filter information. They decide what's essential and what's useless. When you focus on one point, your brain receives no new information. Your peripheral vision takes new data from the surrounding white background and adapts the graphic to it. Here's the next illusion for you. Can you tell if the circles are moving or standing still? This image isn't animated. It's an example of a peripheral drift illusion that makes you see still images as moving ones. When you stare at one part of the image without blinking, that part stops moving. Can you count all the black dots in this image? 3, 4, 6? There are 12 of them, but you can't see them all at once. That's because your peripheral vision fails you at tasks like this. What do you see in this image? If you're sure there are some lines and a light blue circle in the middle, you're wrong. The background is entirely white. You see the non-existent light blue circle because your brain adds color into the bare negative spaces. What about this one? What colors are these funky shapes? Just like in the previous illusion, they're all empty and white. That's a watercolor illusion. Your brain fills in the shape that has a bright line and a darker line at its borders with a brighter color. Now, can you tell if this image is 3D? It's perfectly flat. The white shade in the middle creates the bulge effect. If you move closer, you'll notice it spread its luminance. The task here is simple. Follow this spiral from the beginning to the end. Gotcha! You can't do it, because this spiral isn't a spiral. It's made up of concentric circles. Your brain fills in the gaps for you, because it's confused by this crazy background. Can you tell which rectangles are darker? Believe it or not, the rectangles under columns A and B are the exact same color. The surrounding black and white bars make you believe column A is way darker. Can you find the right shadow for this fun couple? No, it's this one. Only one of the locks is unlocked. Can you spot it in 5 seconds? Good job! This drawing is missing one piece. Pick the right one out of the 3 possible options. Well done! There's a little mouse hiding somewhere between the mushrooms. Your task is to find it. There it is, cute little thing. One of these jellyfish can't swim because it's an air balloon. Can you see it? Well, it does look a lot like a jellyfish. What's that chirping? All birds but one are having a chat. One of them doesn't speak their language. It's a snail right here. I'd love to have some coffee. Please help me find it. Yay, it was hiding here all the time. All penguins look alike, but one is more special than the others. Can you spot it? This little guy right here has slightly different eyes. Let's take it one level up. Can you find the odd one out here? You could be a detective with your sharp eyes. One of these plants is slightly different from the others. You have 5 seconds to find it. Here it is. All these moons must produce a lot of light. Pick the odd one out. I knew it. How about a little safari? The zebra on the right is different from its pal on the left in 5 ways. Can you name them all? I only found 3 differences. Oh, now I see. How about these lions? Again, there are 5 not-so-obvious differences between them. Did you get them all? What about these antelopes? Oh, I didn't see the red nose. What a beautiful and peaceful landscape. It's different from the one on the left in 5 ways. Name them all. Well done! Here are 2 scenes from a busy city life for you. The task remains the same. I only managed to find 3 differences here. Let's go see some waterfalls. Something is wrong with the second image. I got it. What about you? The fall is my favorite season. Can you notice 5 ways these pictures don't match? Fantastic! It's beach time, but you can't relax until you find 5 differences here. Well, enjoy your well-deserved rest. Alright, enough. Moving on. What you see in the next images can tell a lot about your personality. Let's start with this one. If it's a woman reading a book to you, you're a practical and goal-oriented person. You work a lot. You're great at planning and know how to keep your emotions under control. Those who notice Salvador Dali's face, first of all, are artists at heart. Even if your job doesn't have to do with creativity, you find your own ways to express yourself through drawing, writing, or music. If you noticed an armchair first, you never look for easy and obvious solutions in your life. You always surprise everyone else with your unique vision of the world. How about this one? What do you see here? If they're women with umbrellas to you, you've plenty of friends because you're open-minded and mix with new people easily. You enjoy spending time surrounded by others and share everything with them. If it's a sad man's face to you, you're wise beyond your years. Sometimes you need to stop and think about life. At these moments, you prefer to be alone. You don't have that many friends, but you're loyal and always ready to help them. Alright, what can you say about this image? If it's a man sitting down by the water to you, you must be smart and careful with what you do and what you say. You always think twice before making an important decision and rarely regret anything you've done. If you see a face here, you're more emotional than rational. You'll always pick a new and unknown path and never think for too long when you have to make a decision. It's easy to make you cry or smile, but you get over things quickly as well. Here's another illusion for you. If it looks like a couple of playful squirrels to you, you must be a natural explorer. You don't feel happy staying in one place and are always the first to try new things and visit new places. You're active, charismatic, and fun to be around. If you clearly see a woman's face here, you prefer to stick to the plan and don't like surprises. You're a natural leader and great at delegating tasks to others. They respect you and follow your lead. What about this one? If it looks like a lifeless forested area to you, you're most likely better at sciences than at arts. You can fix any gadget or at least carefully follow the instructions to one of those. Your mind is a well-organized chamber. If you instantly saw animals here, you must be into arts and creativity. You don't even know manuals exist. You like to live in the moment and always listen to your heart. Look at the dot in the center for 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1. Now quickly look at the ceiling and blink a few times. The colored squares have just moved there. What a beautiful pattern of rectangles. But just give it a second look and you'll see they are in fact circles floating against the striped background. Stare at the central dot for 10 seconds and see what happens. Wow! The colored circles switch places. In fact, they're both gray now, and your brain makes you see colors that aren't really there. This illusion can make your phone grow. Stare at it. Magic is happening. Keep staring. Now, quickly look at the back of your phone. The logo is moving. How many colors do you see in this image? If you answered 3, you're a bit wrong. There are just 2 colors here, black and white. The grid creates the illusion of gray as they intersect. What about this one? There are just 3 colors here, red, blue, and yellow. The inner squares only seem different because of the grids and backgrounds. This grid is broken, but you can fix it right now. Stare at the center of the grid for 15 seconds and see what happens. Told ya! It all looks in order now. This happens because your brain prefers to see regular patterns. It's spread from the center to the edges of the grid. This image is perfectly static. Just stare at one part of it. Yep, it isn't moving anymore. This is one example of peripheral drift illusions. Your brain lags a bit when it's processing areas with different light intensity and makes you think the image is animated. Can you tell if this one is moving or static? I give you 10 seconds to figure it out. Static again. Contrasting colors create the illusion of motion. How many animals do you see here? There are 8 of them hiding between the lines. If you saw 5 or more, you'll have the eye of an eagle. Can you tell which of these 2 yellow lines is longer? It seems obvious the answer is the higher line. In fact, they're absolutely the same length. Your brain gets distracted by other elements in the image, like background lines, and you see the image in a distorted way. What about these 2 lines? Which one is longer? Again, they're the same length. The way circles are set makes the upper line seem longer to you. How many colors are mentioned here? If you got 7, great job. Nothing can distract you. Can you find the mistake here? The number sequence is alright, but you don't need an extra V. Let's go under the C. Find 3 differences between these images in 10 seconds. Good job! Same task here. Did you spot them all? These images are different in 3 details. Can you name them? Fantastic! Oh, this looks delicious. Again, there are 3 differences between the images. Hope you found them all. These 2 images are different in 5 details. Try to name them in 10 seconds. Well done! Can you find 5 differences between these 2? Well, nothing can hide from you. Help these kittens find 8 hidden objects. Meow, thank you. This dog is made of many little things. Can you spot 13 of them? Amazing! The fall is a busy time for farmers. Make their life easier and find 20 hidden objects they need. Wow, you could be a detective. Did you find 20 objects in this image? Feel free to pause the video if you need more time. Great job! This time, you only have to find 12 hidden things, but it's trickier because of all those dots. You did it! Moving on. What you see in these optical illusions can tell a lot about your personality. What is this one to you? Those who clearly see the mountains covered with snow mostly have their feet on the ground. You take things the way they are, like to plan everything, and move ahead step by step. If you spotted the horses first, you like to be ahead of everyone and live at full speed. You're rather impatient and get bored of tedious work that needs a lot of attention. Now, what catches your eye here? If it's a peaceful creek in the woods, you always see the big picture. You stay calm even when everyone around you is losing it. You always know how to choose the right option out of many quickly. If it's a grumpy face to you, you tend to overthink things and see a catch in every situation and offer. You don't make friends easily, but when you do, it's forever. Time for the next illusion. Those who see a face here, you have a bright mind and you like to keep it busy. You're good at solving tasks of any difficulty, and you come up with the best ideas. Those who see a beautiful lady in a dress in this one, you're artists at heart. You take inspiration almost from anything and anywhere. You write, paint, sing, or create music, and it makes you happy. This one's pretty plain, or is it? If you see an owl landing, you're a great team player and easy to work with. You don't mind sharing credit for what you've done with others. Sometimes you're too afraid to speak up. Remember, your ideas are worth it. If it's a girl looking in the distance to you, you have amazing communication skills. You feel comfortable even in front of the crowd and like to share everything about your life on social media. How about this one? If it's a waterfall to you, you love travel and explore new places. You aren't afraid of anything except for boredom. You always say yes to new adventures and places. If you see a young couple here, you're a true romantic. You believe that love always wins. Even when someone's mean to you, you forgive them easily and try to find an explanation for what they did. What are your thoughts on this image? If it's a person standing alone on a rock to you, you're mostly an introvert. You need your alone time to bring your thoughts in order and recharge. You don't have many friends, but you're loyal to them. If it's a face of a girl to you, you often live in the world of your dreams. You always try to improve your life and sometimes forget to see the good in everyday life. Try seizing the day every once in a while. What does this one look like to you? If it's a pattern of trees, you aren't afraid to tell the truth, no matter what it is. You have a point on anything, and it's not easy to make you change your mind. Sometimes it's okay to ask others for advice and follow it. If you see a girl with her back to you, you're afraid to hurt the feelings of others. You try to avoid conflict by all means, and sometimes agree with others just to make them feel better. What animal do you see first in this curious pattern? If the giraffe is the first animal you saw, you're funny, influential, and charismatic. Like me. You're spontaneous and always full of energy. That's why you have plenty of friends. You can convince anyone of anything. Use this talent wisely. If you spotted the cat first, you don't like talking a lot and prefer to watch from a distance and analyze what you see. You're independent and self-sufficient, so you make your own rules and follow them. If you saw the duck first, you are a 100% optimist. You enjoy every moment and enjoy looking on the bright side of life. You enjoy exploring new places, learning new skills, and your curiosity has absolutely no limits. If the elephant has caught your eye first, you are loyal and genuine. You care deeply about everything and everyone around you. Your family and friends know they can always ask you for help, and you'll solve any problem. In case you notice the bear first, you're logical and conservative. You have your own values, and you like to live by the rules. You're thoughtful and observant and aim for harmony. Those who paid attention to the rabbit, you're full of energy and spread joy like no other person. You've a great sense of humor and rich imagination. You like to share that happiness with others and easily become the soul of any party. In case the lion was the first animal you saw, you're a leader by nature. You like setting goals and achieving them, no matter how hard it gets. People gladly follow you because you're always 100% positive of your success. And if you saw an octopus, an optometrist is in your future because there's no octopus there. Time for an eye test. Just joking with you.
You'll have 10 seconds for each of the optical illusions. Your task will be to read the hidden number. You'll go from the easiest to the hardest riddles. Start off with an easy one for warm-up. Told you, it's 784. Moving on. I hope you were able to see the number 5346 here. Level up. How about this one? The correct answer is 725. And another one. Yes, it's 786. Now, only 5% of people can read the next three numbers. Want to give it a go? If your answer is 6012, it's correct. And here's another tricky one. It's 182. And if you saw it, you must have eagle vision. Told you it won't be easy, but try this one. The correct answer is 3708. Let's see how you handle some black and white illusions. And the first one is hiding the number 476. There you go. If that was too simple, how about this one? I hope you guessed it was 86347. And now, let's test your eyes with some hidden words. You still have 10 seconds for each of them. I'm sure you figured out it's the word never. Can you read what this picture says? I can't sleep. How sad. This one is hiding the name of some month. You have to think outside the box to read it. Feel free to pause the video if you need more time. Well, the secret was to split it in half. Then you can see it's July. How about this one? It's the word run hiding in the back. Another one for you. Hope you found the gold. Here comes a tricky one. It takes some brain power to see its brain. Another one in this category. It's only getting more complicated. If you read the word music between the lines, you must be a genius. Now let's see if you can decipher these secret messages. I give you 10 seconds for this one. Well, if someone says it's just a bunch of letters without meaning, you can easily prove them wrong. What do you see here? The power of imagination makes us infinite. Couldn't agree more. Here's another one. I hope you always desire to learn something useful. You deserve some dessert for all that mental activity. Here's just one cupcake among all those ice cream cones. Try to find it. There it is. Yum. Get a tomato to go. I can only see a bunch of apples, but maybe you'll be luckier here. Found it! There's a butterfly hiding somewhere among those flowers. Do you see it? Fantastic! It's right there. Can you find the one and only pineapple in this image? Great job! One of these colorful leaves is in fact a mushroom. Can you spot it? Well done! How about a safari to give your eyes another test? Do you see anyone hiding in these leaves? Yep, it's a chameleon. And those guys know how to blend with the surroundings. There must be a groundhog hiding somewhere in the rocks. Find it in 10 seconds. Wow, that was neat. One coyote won't do you much harm, but if it brings some friends, better make sure this area is coyote-free. Start looking for a different picnic spot. One of those guys is right here. Watch where you step. I hear there are snakes on the ground. Found one. Better be careful. I don't see anyone roaming in this territory. Let's see if you have sharper eyes. What a beautiful gazelle. Did you manage to find it? The next illusion was created back in 1860. It shows how your brain perceives depth and shapes. So, do you think the black line lines up with the blue one? If you answered yes, you're wrong. In fact, the black line stems from the red line. Now, take a look at these illusions and remember what you see first. It can tell a lot about your personality. If it looks like a mountain to you, you're a down-to-earth person. You're persistent, reliable, and like to plan things. Overcoming obstacles makes you feel really happy. You appreciate stability and don't like to take risks. If you saw the upside-down wolf first, you're a natural leader. You keep your emotions under control even in the most stressful situations. Others admire and respect you for that. Remember, it's okay to ask for help sometimes if you need it. How about this one? If lips caught your eye first, you're realistic and always take things the way they are. You don't look for hidden meaning in what happens to you and what others say to you. It helps you get along with people well. If you notice the trees first, you're an ambitious person and a perfectionist to the core. You're never happy with just okay, and will always strive to be number one and make yourself and others happy. In the case the first thing you saw was the roots, you're an extremely progressive person. You love trying all the new technology and styles. You never settle and always try to make your life better and more exciting. Here comes the next one. If it looks like a parrot to you, you're the soul of any party. You like to be the center of attention, wear something bright, talk loudly, and laugh your heart out. You have plenty of friends who love that about you. If you see a girl in a beautiful long dress, you must be the mysterious artsy type. You prefer to observe others being active and loud and get inspiration for your work. You notice little details and remember them to later put them on your canvas or paper. You have 10 seconds to decide what you see in this illusion here. If it's clearly an image of an elephant and a giraffe, you're a reliable and hardworking person. You feel responsible for yourself and your work and don't like to let others down. People appreciate you for that and share their secrets with you. If you saw some rabbits between the trees, you're not as simple as you might seem. You always think before you say or do something. You have a strategy for every life situation. It's important to you to be accepted and loved by others, so you do a lot to please them. New illusion, same task. If you see just two horses crossing a waterfall, you're an adventurous person. When someone offers trying something new or going to a new place, you're always up for it. You realize you might not like it in the end, but you'd rather try it and be sad than regret not going. In case you noticed several faces first, you always see the big picture and can find the right decision quickly. You know what you want and how to get there and never reconsider your own choices. These qualities will take you far in your career. Moving on. What a beautiful landscape, but is it hiding something? If all you see here is some sea and rocks, you're a calm and balanced person. Sometimes you're in a bad mood, but you always look on the bright side of life and move on. If you also noticed some animals drawn on the rocks, you have a great eye for detail. You always listen to both parties in a conflict before taking sides. You like doing research and drawing logical conclusions. Alright, what does this one say to you? In case you're positive it's a portrait of a young girl, you're an extrovert and can't survive a day without people. You're active on social media and enjoy going to social events where you can make even more friends. If you see some horses and birds, you're more of an introvert. You love being alone outside. You have some great friends, but you appreciate your personal space. Those who see the face and the horses at once, you've got the best of both worlds. You feel comfortable at a party with a few hundred new people around and alone reading a book. What can you say about this illusion? Those who see a face of a woman, you're realistic and pretty content with your life. You don't expect too much from others and are ready to stand your ground if you have to. If you see a saxophone player, you often prefer your imaginary world to the real one. In your dreams, you have turned your favorite hobby into a career. Try doing that in real life. What are your thoughts on this one? If it's clearly an older man to you, you've always been wiser and more reasonable than others your age. That's why people often ask you for advice, and you enjoy helping them out. If you see a young girl and an older man in the arch, you'll always be a child at heart. Your family means the world to you, and you always ask them for advice and protection. Get ready for a new set of absolutely amazing optical illusions. Concentrate hard and don't let them trick you. Number 1. Look at these circles attentively, and you'll notice they're rotating. But that's just an illusion. The circles are completely still. Number 2. Which is bigger, the hat's height or its width? They're absolutely the same. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. Number 3. Which tower is leaning more? Ha! Look at that, they're the same. Even though one tower seems to be lopsided when placed next to a copy of itself, this is called the leaning tower illusion. Number 4. How many colors do you see in this image? However many you might see, in reality, there are only 3. Number 5. The patterns in this picture seem to be moving. But once you focus on one of the ovals, the whole image becomes still. Number 6. What do you see in this picture? A moving star? Well, the star part is correct, but in reality, it's a static image. Once again, if you concentrate on any of its parts, the picture will stop moving. Number 7. It seems as if there are 3 cylinders in this image, and they're all rotating. But you know what to do. Stare at the center of the picture and all the movement will stop. Number 8. Which pencil is longer? They are of the same length. Number 9. Can you find 3 animals in this picture? Three bunnies are hiding in the tree branches. Number 10. Look at this rotating thingy. There's no doubt it's a 3D image, but in reality, it's just a set of rotating figures that creates such a 3-dimensional effect. Number 11. Look at the screen and move your head forward and backward while focusing on the center of the image. When you come closer, the lines will seem to rotate counterclockwise. As soon as you start to move away from the image, the lines will rotate clockwise. Number 12. There is something hidden in this grid. Can you figure out what it is? If you can't spot it, try to shake your head, move further from the screen, or screw up your eyes. And just in case it hasn't helped either, let me make the grid less bright. Here we go. A lovely kitty. Number 14. Can you figure out which word is hidden here? That's bedside. Number 15. Look at this image and say which string is tied to the banana. I was almost sure it was string number 2, but in fact, that's the third one. Number 16. Which word is brighter? If you remove the grid, it'll become obvious that both words are of the same color. Number 17. Each horizontal band seems to be lighter in the middle and darker near the boundaries. But in reality, all of them are of a uniform shade. Number 18. Which line is longer, A or B? They're both of the same length. This illusion is created because your mind perceives this image in 3D space. That's why your brain tells you that the line which is closer to you must be shorter than the more distant one. Number 19. Are the woman's eyes of the same color? In fact, they are. You can make sure of it by comparing the color of her eyes and the hair accessory. Number 20. At first sight, it's just a red fan rotating over a bright green background. But try to concentrate on the black dot in the middle. You'll notice that the green under the fan is brighter than that of the surrounding ring. And the fan blades are actually redder than the central disc. Number 21. These two discs are pulsating, changing between dark and light. But are they doing it at the same time? Keep watching, and you'll see that it depends on the background. When it's light, the discs pulsate in sync. But when one part of the background is light and the other is dark, the discs seem to pulse not simultaneously. Number 22. Which word is hidden in this image? That's the word quality. Number 23. Which creature has a longer mouth, yellow or green? Their mouths are of the same length. Number 24. How about this picture? Which word does it hide? High five if you spotted the word quite. Number 25. That's how a set of simple straight lines can trick your brain. The square made up of vertical lines looks wider and shorter than the one formed of horizontal lines. Number 26. Look at this pyramid made of elongated diamonds. Are these diamonds darker at the top or at the bottom of the pyramid? All diamonds are identical, even though it surely doesn't look like that. But once we start moving around them, this way, and comparing them with one another, it becomes obvious. Number 27. Find 3 animals hidden in this image. Right you are. There are 3 foxes over there in the tree. Number 28. Look at the wheel moving behind the red picket fence. Its spokes seem to be bent at the bottom. There's nothing wrong with the wheel, and the spokes are perfectly straight. Want to make sure? Look, the fence is becoming transparent. Here you go. Number 29. Now, this wheel seems to be rotating clockwise, and the spokes are moving counterclockwise. But if you look at one of the spokes attentively, you'll notice it's actually staying in one place. Or rather, it makes a tiny shift forward and then returns to its place. Number 30. Which word is hidden in this image? It's feather. Number 31. What do you see in this picture? There's no definite answer here. Some people notice footprints, others 5 bowling pins. Number 32. How about this picture? Are those 3 pairs of alternating grooves and ridges? Or maybe you see 3 shiny oval tubes. The main trick is that the right side of the image looks like a folded surface and the left resembles the tubes. Number 33. Which word do you see here? It's the word change. Number 34. Look at the blue lines. They seem to be moving in pairs. And how about now? They suddenly form an outline of a diamond. Number 35. These wooden railroad tracks seem to be different in size. The lower one looks larger than the one at the top, but if we switch them, it becomes obvious that they're identical in size. Number 36. Do these horizontal lines seem parallel to you? And what if I tell you they are, and what you see is just an illusion? Number 37. Try to figure out which line is longer here. If your answer is, come on, I know they're of the same length, you're absolutely right. Number 38. Can you see anything unusual in this picture? There's a Dalmatian hiding here. Number 39. There seems to be a bulge in the middle of this checkerboard. But in reality, this checkerboard is regular, and each of its checks is perfectly square. You'll see it once we remove the tiny black and white ticks. Number 40. The blue horizontal stripes in this picture can't be parallel, right? But if we remove all the additional elements, it'll become apparent that the lines are not oblique.
That's it for today. So hey, if you pacified your curiosity, then give the video a like and share it with your friends. Or if you want more,